dito kasi kung paano ako gusto ko yung manggaling sa akin yung ituturo ko.
Opo. Pwede.
Yun. Oo.
Kasi hindi pa natin nadidiscuss yun di ba? Dapat may discussion tayo.
Yun na nga kung ano yung talagang kasama dun sa mga course outline na inilagay nila.
Oo.
Gaya nga nun, di ba ma'am, tinatanong ko sa'yo, bakit may nursing management? Yun namang reason out mo na parang meron silang magkaroon lang ng background.
Oo.
Kung paano yun, okay lang yun. Pero as talagang ma'am, wala sila dun eh. Yun.
Kaya tapos, yun nga, yung naano natin, ito palang mga to, ma'am, meron kang sa Pilipinas, Meron tayo, yes. So, meron tayong Philippines. So, sila na-lockdown sila doon.
Pero they are supposed to come here.
Yes.
Okay.
Kaya nga ngayon malalaman natin kung natanggal na sila sa trabaho nila kasi it's been month now
Okay.
Pero gusto nila ituloy lang, i-continue nila yung yung kanila pag-aaral. So, yung husband yata nila dito, ma'am, or yung family nila nandito. Kaya, yun, pinaano nila na please ipatuloy. Kasi pag pumunta dito, pwede nilang gamitin din.
Oo, ma'am. Oo. Magandang opportunity yun sa kanila.
Kaya,
lalo na sa mga hospital, ma'am, yung malalaki. Usually sila naghahanap ng Oo.
Kaya talaga, maano yung natin. Ito naman level 2. So, yung teacher, yun nga yung sa Probita po siya, kaso lang lagi siyang paiba-iba yung schedule niya. So, nagustuhan na nila to. So, sabi nila, ito na lang daw yung Ayan, meron na pumasok, ma'am.
If you don't mind, sino siya sa Probita?
Nurse, si Janice. Pilido niya.
Okay. Andun kasi ang cousin ko, ang first cousin ko nandoon.
Oo.
Dati siya respiratory therapist.
Okay.
Kasama ko yan dati sa Mafra.
Hi, Ruby. How are you, Ruby? Naninibago ako dito sa Webex natin mo. Hindi ako familiar talaga, to be honest. Parang,
kaya sabi ko nga kami, buti na lang nandito yung manugang ko Sabi ko.
Pero siya, ang maganda, tulad ni Sir Sai, okay, siya tuloy-tuloy. Ito, wala siyang any problem.
Oo. So, minsan kasi ma'am, dire-diretso yan. So, yung cut-off natin sa break,
pwede ka magsabi.
Break lang tayo without ending yung presentation.
Opo, huwag mo na lang i-press, ma'am. Sasabihin nyo na lang na mag-toilet,
Okay.
So, we'll be back on this. Same like sa ginagawa ngayon ni Cyril. Pero ang niya kasi dire-diretso, ma'am. Hindi rin ayan, nandito na si Sheila. Oo, si Ruby. Ayan na sila. Ang lang nito, ma'am, walang accept. Automatic, ma'am. Pag binigay mo yung link, sasama na sila.
Okay.
I'll get back to you on that.
Ayan.
But based on the research that I've done, it's roughly around $40,000. And 40.
I saw it.
It depends. But by average, we play around with that.
Ayun na pala si Sheila. Hello po, Sheila. Yun lang malinaw, ma'am, yung camera niya, no?
Lowest range is 30.
Malinaw yung camera niya.
Sounds good to you, Patricia?
Ma'am, kita po ba ako?
Kitang-kita. Ang ganda.
Yeah. It's really great.
Kahit madilim dito sa akin.
Ay, hindi madilim. Maluwag. Si Ruby ang wala pa. Hindi ko makita si Ruby.
Let's pause for a break. and we'll do our
Yun ang
medical
problema.
terminology.
Yun ang hindi ko alam dito,
If you
ma'am,
don't
kung
have any
paano
questions,
i-request mo yung
Patricia, if you
yung
have,
video.
Patricia, Sharon, and Shireen, can you
Kasi
post
dun
all
sa
the questions that you have
merong
here
request ka ng
in our chat
video.
room or in our WhatsApp group,
Oo.
and then I'll go ahead and
Mm.
sort out those
Baka
questions.
ma'am automatic ito, basta nag-join ka, mag-pop in ka na.
Oo, dire-diretso na,
Alright,
ma'am.
thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Ma'am, yung
Let's be
mo,
back
yung
anytime.
try mo nga maging presenter. Try mo
Nakalimutan ko.
i-change
Mag-share?
video, oo. Para makita mo, ma'am.
Share. Sana ma'am.
Ayan na. Nakita mo yung merong parang arrow na na letter U. Tapos arrow niya nasa gitna.
Saan ma'am yun? Sorry.
Sa baba. Nakita mo yung video. Yung
nga?
mute. Tapos sunod mo video.
Okay.
And then
Share
yun na,
content?
ma'am. Yun na yung ma'am. Share content. Yeah.
Okay.
Yan. Si Ruby madilim. Si Ruby ba yung nasa Pilipinas?
Opo.
Wow, si
Yeah.
Ruby.
So-
Kumusta kay dyan, Ruby?
Yes, ma'am.
Oo.
Oh
So,
my
paano
God.
share natin?
Alas 12 na po kaya ito.
Wow! Oh my
Oo,
God,
12.
yan! Apoy!
Siya kasi masyadong malamig dito sa Baguio kaya
Oh,
Nasa Baguio ka? Oh my
Oo.
God!
Opo, ma'am. Dito ako sa labas walang
Ang galing
Oh.
naman.
So, mag-i-stay ka dyan hanggang anong oras? 12 o'clock na midnight.
Kumusta dyan ang
Hanggang matapos yung klase natin.
sitwasyon dyan, Ruby, sa Baguio? Konti lang?
Okay pa naman, ma'am, kasi stricto pa rin sila, nasa GCQ pa rin. Wala man ng kaso ngayon. Walang bago.
Okay. Konti ang dyan, ang kaso.
Opo.
Thanks God, Parang alam ko kasi mga
Kakarating ko
provinces
lang
mga
kagabi.
konti Sa Manila lang talaga yata, Ma'am Ani, no?
Oo. Doon sa amin, ma'am, sa probinsya, sa Nueva Ecija, sa Muñoz, 0 pa sila doon.
Wow.
Kaya, praise God, okay sila doon.
Tapos sa amin naman, Ma'am, doon sa
Strict
Cavite,
sila.
marami.
Malapit na kasi sa Manila, no?
Oo,
Siguro.
Ma'am. Tsaka yung
Oo.
mga nakatira doon, di ba mga OFW?
Karamihan doon.
Kasi yung mga
Marami.
subdivision doon, halos
Maraming subdivision niya.
mga
Oo.
OFW, isa na ako dun, Ma'am. Kasi taga Pandacan, Manila kami. Doon ako pinanganak. So, yun. Yun ang nila. So, sabi ko, my God, ano ba yan?
Oo, marami kasing tao sa Manila at saka hindi yata natatakot. Parang nakikita natin dun sa mga yung scenarios, yung scenes
Oo.
na mga pinapakita sa TV ay
Correct.
punong-puno sa
Mga mama ko, kasi nandun ang mga magulang ko po doon ko sila tinira.
sa Pandacan.
Hindi sa
Cavite.
po, sa Cavite. Nasa
Oo.
loob lang sila ng bahay.
Mm-mm. Mainam nga.
Oo, doon lang talaga sila.
Sabi ko nga, pagka ikaw naka-steady ka, hindi naman lalakad din yung virus kasi wala kang hahawakan, yung hindi ka makakasinghot ng kung
Kaso nga lang, paano pag bibili sila ng pagkain at saka gamot?
Yun na nga, ma'am wala silang kasi yung ibang mga barangay, just like yung sa akin, kinukwento ng aking mga kamag-anak doon,
Oo.
may isa lang na binibigyan ng pass
Oo.
na may schedule to go out.
Tama po, ganun din po. Si
Ano?
Papa lang po ang may schedule.
Ayun, may schedule sila. So that means to say, irespeto mo yung schedule mo
Oo.
para hindi ka ano-ano dyan.
Lalo pa po yung papa ko kasi yun talagang puro na halos puro na Kastila. Ano na lang siya ng napakasuplado po. Talagang umaano siya, nakikipag ayaw niya yung may mga katabi. Siyempre, matanda na rin, nadagdagan pa. Oh my God.
Very sensitive pa siya.
Oo, talagang sasabihin niya, ako muna. So, kailangan ganito kalayo ang mga agwat niya sa akin. Oh my God. Minsan sinasabihin ng mama ko, ano ka ba? Dahan-dahan.
Ano lang siya, kumbaga ma'am kasi yung mga ganyan tao, lalo na for yung mga medyo matanda na talaga, very sensitive sila. Yung gusto nila, maipilit nila.
Oo.
Pero tama naman, nasa tama naman sila eh.
Oo.
Basta nasa tama sila, walang problema.
Oo. Pero pag talaga sila, pag gusto nilang pag gusto nilang, ay ayaw nilang lumabas, nako, ayaw. Kasi pati yung delivery nga po ng kaso lang may bayad yung sa gamot.
Oo, oo,
May delivery kaso lang china-charge na nila ngayon.
mhm,
Dati yun eh, walang
free.
bayad eh, oo.
Ah,
Yung mga Mercury, ay ayaw naman nila dun sa malapit dun sa generica.
oo. Mas mainam naman kasi ma'am, yung 100% na talagang effectiveness, potency, yung mga ganun ng gamot,
Oh.
nandun sa original.
Kaya kaya lagi nakikipagtalo na na bakit daw siya pinipilit na pumunta daw at pumila kasi senior. Kasi minsan ma'am, pag senior talagang sobrang haba.
Opo, oo.
Oo. Ang
Ganun nga ma'am.
niya, dapat daw bibigyan daw ng pansin una ang mga senior. Asan na sila? Bakit hindi pa sila na-attend? Kaya maganda talaga maaga na eh.
Oh ma'am, meron talagang opening remarks.
Oo.
Yung signal ko dito, ma'am, ha, nawawala yung yung sa video.
Si Jamea daw, ma'am,
Mahina yung net.
Jamaica, daw siya, excuse daw siya ngayon, ma'am, kasi
Mhm.
daw siya bukas daw. Maglilipat sila. Isa siya sa tinamaan, ma'am, na yung amo niya, dati libre sila ng yung salon dyan sa Alwada. May salon dyan.
Yung nails.
Oo. O
Minsan
yun.
nandyan nails.
Yun.
Yeah.
Nandun siya. So ngayon,
Okay.
ang sa
Anong
kanya,
name niya ma'am? Yung nasa nails?
si Jamia Samson.
Jamaica po.
Jamaica pala.
Yeah.
Opo.
Ang ma'am, dati libre sila ng accommodation. Ngayon daw na may sitwasyon, tinanggal daw. Kaya naghahanap sila isa-isa kasi estudyante ko rin sa Human Resources yung dalawa niyang kasamahan. Si Melody tsaka si Maricar.
Mhm.
Kaya yun, ang nakakasad.
So ngayon lilipat sila ma'am, aalis sila sa
Nag-uunti-unti na sila
accommodation.
ma'am, may mga na nga na nag-start nung last week eh. Tapos yun. Tapos biglang ngayon naman, sila. May schedule daw ang paglipat nila. Hindi daw pwede sabay-sabay.
Oo. Mm.
Grabe,
So,
no?
talagang distancing eh.
Oo.
I-follow mo yung distancing na tinatawag.
Oo.
Nagulat nga ma'am ako kahapon, nagpunta ako sa bangko, yung sa main. Sa main ba kayo sa ADCB?
FAB, ma'am.
FAB pala. Oo, nagulat ako kasi mag-encash ako ng check. Hindi na pala nag-encash ngayon. Kailangan
Online.
i-deposit mo na sa bank?
I-deposit mo dapat?
Oh yes ma'am, ganun ang sinabi sa akin. Kasi last time, nagpunta ako doon, nag-encash ako, umokay naman, last month.
Oo.
Tapos kahapon, ganun na daw ang patakaran ng bangko.
My gosh.
So, hindi na raw tumatanggap ng kahit manager's check, personal check,
Oo,
basta
bawal
in-cash
na.
mo. Kailangan daw i-deposit mo na lang sa bangko.
Grabe ang talaga nila, no?
Ganun ang nangyari.
Titingnan
Sir.
natin. So, si Samson, hindi pa pwede. So, isa na. So, papalitan na natin to. Sino pa tong iba? Sila, sila Nicole, si Eden,
Ikaw po, Ma'am Annie, maging teacher namin.
ha? Si Ma'am Annie, opo. Si Ma'am Annie po ang magiging level
Yes,
niyo.
go, hello.
Oo. Ayan.
Si,
Hello, everyone.
Iisa-isahin ko na lang sila na isend para makita nila. Kasi minsan pag group,
hello, Ma'am Annie.
Are you guys ready? Shireen, Patricia, Sharon, you guys with me?
Annie.
sino to si Larry? Ayun, nakikita niya. Please
So,
join.
let's move on to our next topic. Okay.
Si Larry.
This is gonna be a very interesting topic. Okay. I'll be
Tapos ang
providing
maganda
you
sa kanya,
a
ma'am, iisa lang link. Tapos pag click mo ng link, yun lang nga ang kagandahan nito. Hindi mo pahirapan yung estudyante mo kasi
You have to learn it by heart.
didiretso na siya sa sa chat room. Ay sa
I'm sorry.
meeting yung
Sa meeting.
digital classroom niya.
Yes. Yes. Have to memorize this.
Oo.
Okay, and then we'll
Nakikita niyo na, ma'am, yung presentation?
Oo, ma'am.
part of your assessment as well.
Dalawa yata sila, ma'am, sa nasa Pilipinas. Dalawang nakikita ko dito na na Philippine number.
Yes, definitely. I'll send
Aha.
you PDF. This would be your quick reference. I have picked, the most common that you will be encountering in the medical field.
Sa klase ngayon ni Cyril, ma'am, meron siyang ano pa to? German.
Ah, talaga?
Medical coding.
Talaga?
Yes, of
So,
course.
gusto daw niya matuto sa atin.
Ah,
Ano
okay.
siya, inaalagaan siya ng isa nating estudyante. Kaso lang yung ating estudyante is nasa certified nursing assistant,
Assess
CNE.
like a scale of 1 to 10.
Mm.
So ngayon, sabi niya gusto ko rin mag-aral.
Sharon,
Aha.
highest.
Ayan, admit daw, ma'am. Okay, admit.
Sharon,
Meron din pala admit, ma'am.
in a scale of 1 to
So, para din join, parang accept.
Oo, meron din pala. Hindi natin siya na-admit. Ayan si Remedios. Ayan siya.
Ano itong minimize?
Ayan. Pero meron din link na dire-diretso, ma'am. Pag i-large mo.
just estimate. Yeah. Rough estimate. 8.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. You do a lot of anatomy, right? Yeah, physical pathology, all those things. Yeah. How about you, Shireen? 5. Patricia?
Yeah, 5.
Okay. Let's have a look. So, at the end of this module, we'll be able to understand the different affixes.
Nahanap ko pa rin
So
pala
affixes
mali
can be
masyado.
ellipsis, symphysis, and the common clinical terminologies that we use. Alright? So at least we have to understand, identify them, and then use and combine medical terms correctly. Okay? I don't want you to create your own medical terms, okay? But this should guide us as well. Medical terms that make sense, of course. So these symphysis, prefixes, common terms, when you combine them, these are the common medical terms that we encounter, alright, in the medical field. And it has 2 roots. It comes from the Latin, mostly Latin, and Greek. So most of the medical terms, if not all, were originated from the Latin words. So let's get started, everyone. So I've divided it into medical terminologies by numbers. Okay. So you have here mono or uni, which stands for 1, unilateral,
Tuturo
or
siya ng medical.
meiosis, by 2 means bilateral. Try 3 triplicate, so very very self-explanatory. It's very easy. By directions and positions also. Abduction. Ab means away. Adduction means toward. Ecto very common, meaning it's outside. Ecto parasite.
May lumabas uli.
Inside endoderm.
Bakit dalawa pala?
Epinephrine. Why do you think
Nalabas siya. Ayan. Sino yung nakalabas? Si Sheila? Ay, ayan si Sheila. Si Remedios.
why is it epinephrine?
Si Palilias. Si Ruby.
May taas ang
Si Ruby, nandito na siya kanina.
Epinephrine is, right?
Diba? Yung sa Pilipinas.
You will encounter this a lot, by the way, when you code. What is epinephrine? Google is free.
So, ma'am, isa lang po ang hindi makaka-attend ngayon, si Samsung. So, siya lang po.
Yan, nasa Pilipinas, ma'am siya.
Opo.
I'm sorry.
At saka yung nasa nails, kanyo, ma'am. Merong isa sa nails.
Karen, you got it?
Yun nga po yung sa... Ay, hindi. Yung sa nails po ang hindi makaka-attend. Yung sa Pilipinas po, ma'am, nandun.
Okay.
Ano siya? Kanina nag-ano na siya, nag-enter na siya nila, ma'am.
But epinephrine, epinephrine is a substance that triggers your flight or fight response. Okay, so whenever you're in a very dangerous situation and you have this fight, it's either you fight or you withdraw from the situation. That's what epinephrine does to your body. In fact, when we're reviving patients who are clinically dead, who don't have heartbeats, we inject epinephrine to those patients. Okay? Now, why is it epinephrine? Epi means upon. Okay? You know these adrenal glands that we have? Adrenal glands are the glands that are responsible for secreting epinephrine. And the reason why it's epi, it's because this is being produced and secreted by the adrenal glands.
Siguro, ma'am, pwede na tayo mag-introduce na lang, ma'am,
So that's epi.
para ano na yung oras. Hello po. So, ang magiging second level na po na teacher, si Teacher Annie po. So, magpapakilala po siya at magpapakilala din po kayo. So, kilala niyo naman na po siguro ako. Nagkikita-kita na tayo. I miss you so much. Alam ko, napakatagal na natin hindi nagkita-kita. So, ngayon, nagkita-kita na naman tayo. So, ibibigay ko na po ang microphone kay Ma'am Annie. Ma'am, ikaw na po para sakali kasi join na lang yung mga yun.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Magandang gabi sa bawat isa. So, ngayon gabi, mag-umpisa tayo ng caregiving yung course level 2. So, before that, mag-introduce ako ng sarili ko. Ako yung magiging teacher ninyo with this course. Ako si Miss Annie, Ma'am Ann, kung ano man ang gusto niyo itawag, basta nando sa pangalan ko. So, anyway, ako is isang nurse. I'm a nurse by profession and a practicing quality officer. So, more than I am with this journey of my profession for over 38 years now in my nursing profession and over 10 years in my quality. So, ngayon, dito sa caregiving, so definitely kasi ito, lahat ng background ay nanggagaling doon sa nursing. Kaya tayo may caregiving at saka may nursing assistant. So far, I've been in the hospital for, yun na nga, more than 38 years now. At ngayon ay talagang nag-focus na lang ako sa quality ko. Okay, but my experience is that more than enough para siguro naman makabahagi ako ng pagtuturo para kayo ay maturuan at para naman tayo ay magkaroon ng another achievement in the future. So, meron lang sana akong iiwanan sa inyo. Okay, so iiwanan ko lang sana sa inyo yung apat na key points na gusto kong iwan for all of my students. Kasi ito hindi lang naman sa ibang tao, but dun sa mga estudyante na within dito sa ating pinag-aaralan. So, yung pag-aaralan natin, may key points ako at tinatawag ko ito na CARE. Kasi for the caregiving course, for the nursing assistants, for the nurses, meron tayong CARE na points, okay? So yung number 1 doon, before I will ask you to introduce to you mag-introduce kayo sa akin. So ibigay ko lang tong 4 points tapos kayo na. Okay? So yung 4 points na yan, mag-start ako sa C. Tandaan nyo to, yung care, I will start with C. Yun yung ating commitment. So lahat ng tao, pagka nag-uumpisa magtrabaho, kailangan maging committed. So yun yung magiging role natin, ang responsibility as a caregiver, magiging committed tayo. Sa pangalawa, meron akong achievement or accomplishment. So kung ano man yung dapat nating ma-accomplish, ma-achieve natin, ito ay magamit natin para sa ating future. Hindi lang sa future natin, personal at mga kamag-anak. So yung letter R natin is meron tayong responsibility. Okay? So magiging responsible tayo sa lahat ng ating gagawin as in sa family natin, personal matters at lahat na ito ay maging responsibilidad tayo, responsable tayo. And the last one is E, to be effective and to be exceptional. Ang isang nagtatrabaho, like for the caregivers, exceptional sila kasi kailangan nila na patunayan doon sa kanilang pasyente kung paano yung pagmamahal nila, kung paano nila ibibigay yung care. So lahat yun, exceptional ka sa pamilya mo, na ikaw nakatapos ng ganitong kurso at you will use it in the future. Okay, so far ito yung mag-start ako dun sa introduction ko kasama tong key points. So hopefully, matandaan ninyo as we go along itong care. Okay, so care is for commitment, for achievement and accomplishment. R is for responsibility, and the E is for effectiveness and for being exceptional. Okay, so I hope na matandaan nyo yan, ha? Umpisa lang ito, yung care. Okay? So I hope naintindahan nyo ako. So ibibigay ko naman ngayon kay sino to? Mag-introduce ka ng sarili mo para makilala natin. Si Miss Sagario.
Hi, hello po. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening, Miss Anne.
Hi.
Ako po si Eden Care Sagario. Nagtatrabaho po ako sa nursery bilang nanny. So, sa ngayon, nasa bahay lang po kami kasi no work, no pay. So, this is
okay.
so ito yung magandang time para mag-aral to have another career in the future. Yeah. Yun lang po.
Okay. So, how long you've been here in the UAE? Nandito ka sa UAE?
Since 2010.
2010. So, 11
Yes,
years.
po. Yes po.
10 years.
Okay. Yeah,
almost
years.
So, okay, welcome you. So, I hope
Yeah,
pagkatapos
thank you.
ng course natin, magkaroon ka ng, doon nga sa care natin, maging
Yes.
exceptional ka.
Yeah, I hope.
Okay?
I hope, Miss Anne.
Yeah. Oo. So, bigay naman natin kay sino yung isa pa dito? Sino to? Si Sheila? Hi, Sheila.
Hello po, ma'am. Good evening po. Ako po si Sheila Mibason po. Sa ngayon po, wala po akong trabaho. Visit visa pa po ako.
Okay.
Opo. Kakarating ko lang noong February.
Oo, dito sa Abu Dhabi.
Opo.
So, kung halimbawa naman makakahanap ka ng trabaho nang hindi pa natin natatapos tong caregiving course natin, saan mo ini-aim na magtatrabaho ka?
Gusto ko po sana talagang
Naging caregiver.
Gusto ko po sana talagang makatapos nito para
Yeah,
gusto ko
same
talaga
goal.
talaga
Sa Pilipinas, nagtatrabaho ka sa Pilipinas?
ano sa salon din po na nagre-rebond color.
Aha, oo. Mm. So, mm. So, how long yung visa mo dito? Matatapos yung course natin na nandito ka pa?
Opo, kasi andito po ako sa auntie ko, siya po nagpapaaral sa akin.
Aha, okay. That's good to hear. Mm. So, welcome you, Sheila. So, I hope isa ka dun sa matapos ito para maging maayos yung paghahanap mo ng trabaho.
Oo nga po, sana po. Salamat po.
Hmm. Sino pang nandito sa atin ngayon na kasama natin? Sino pang kasama natin dito?
Remedios. Si Remedios
Si
po.
Remedios. Remedios, hello!
Hi, good evening, Ma'am Annie.
Hi, good evening. Walang video si Remedios.
Sorry. Ayaw magpakita.
Shy type siya.
Shy type
Shy
ka.
type, Ma'am.
Oo,
Good evening lang din,
hidden
Ma'am.
yan, ha? Oo.
Bago kasi ito eh.
Oo nga eh. O siya, sige Remedios, gusto ka naming marinig kung anong
Yes,
sasabihin mo.
medyo pala. Ako po ay kasalukuyang nagtatrabaho bilang kasambahay. May dalawa akong alaga. Just started last February. Actually, shifted ang trabaho ko from receptionist. 9 years na po dito sa UAE.
Mhm. Mm.
And nag-change lang ako ng 9 ko for a purpose.
Mhm.
And related to our course, ma'am, at least matutunan ko yung post-trade.
So meron kang pagkakataon o lahat naman tayo di ba? Nag-i-aim tayo na magandang future. So ito as caregiving course ay maganda ito para sa inyo, lalo na sa inyo na nag-uumpisa. Kasi hindi man dito ay pag lumabas man kayo out of UAE, magagamit niyo rin ito. Di ba? So, ilan tayo ngayon is it Edith?
Yes, ma'am. Eden.
Si Eden, si Sheila, at saka si Remedios. Tatlo lang ba kayo?
Actually,
Sino ang sa inyo sa Pilipinas? Si Sheila?
si Ruby po. Parang hindi siya nakapasok.
Nasaan siya? Kanina nandito siya, di ba? Wala na siya ngayon. Si Remedios. So, okay, nakapag-introduce tayo ng sarili natin. So, gusto kong malaman ninyo na yung pag-aaral natin na to I hope na maiintindihan nyo hanggang matapos itong mga topics natin. Yeah, so for now, mag-uumpisa tayo sa developmental theories. Naka-attend na kayo nung nursing level 1, caregiving course ng level 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Oo. So, meron na kayong background kung ano yung pinagsimula, yung mga definitions, mga background doon sa mga anatomy, di ba? Nakuha nyo na yon? So, do you think ano naman ang sa palagay ninyo nung kinuha nyo yung first na course level na yon? Ano ang nasa isip ninyo? Anong iniisip ninyo nung kinuha nyo yung first na tapos nyo yon? Is it okay with you na explain ng maayos? na may natutuhan kayo na pwede nyo nang magamit ngayong second na level natin?
Puro sa vitals.
Sa okay lang kayo?
Yes, for me, okay.
For you, okay lang. Oo. Clear ba kung magsasalita ako now? Mag-umpisa na tayo. Is it clear? Clear sa inyo?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes po.
Okay. So sige, mag-umpisa na tayo ha. Ah, pag-uusapan natin ngayon yung developmental theories. Ngayong supposedly ngayong course level 2 natin, meron tayong tatlong topics yung subject for today. Itong developmental theories, yung susunod yung Maslow's hierarchy at saka yung cultural diversity. So I hope matapos natin doon sa given time natin ito. Okay, so ngayon pag-usapan natin umpisa itong developmental theories. Ano ba ang developmental theories? Okay, so ang developmental theories na tinatawag, it provides a framework for examining, describing, and appreciating human development. So ito yung ating fundamental para malaman natin kung ano ba yung ibig sabihin pagka nag-i-examine tayo o nag-i-describe, pinapakilala natin at ang appreciation natin sa human development. Andito tayo ngayon sa human development. Pag pinag-usapan natin ang developmental theories, pag-uusapan natin ang human development. Paano tayong makakatulong dito sa inyo as caregiver na to understand the importance of supporting the development of basic trust in the infancy stage. Yung kung magmula doon sa umpisa, yung kapapanganak, hanggang doon sa matanda, ito yung developmental theories na tinatawag. Ano ba yung ating malalaman dito? As per si Erickson, meron tayong 4 na pag-uusapan ng mga tao. Sila yung mga tao na nagbigay dito ng mga pangalan doon sa mga developmental stage na ito. Okay, so ang objective natin, ano bang objective natin? Ano bang dapat nating matutuhan? Ano ba ang learning objectives natin within this context? To discuss factors influencing growth and development. Sinabi ko sa inyo from the beginning, from infancy, yung from birth, up to yung old age. So kailangan nating malaman kung ano ang importante at ano ang mga factors nito na nag-i-influence sa paglaki in the growth and development ng isang human being. Secondly, kailangan nating i-describe yung biophysical development theories. Okay? So, yung physical, ang ibig sabihin, yung physical, nakikita natin, yung mga structure natin, paano itong nadidevelop dun sa developmental theories. To describe and compare the psychoanalytical psychosocial theory by Erickson. So, kagaya ng sinabi ko kanina, 4 sila. May 4 na tao na sila yung through their pag-educate, yung pinag-aralan nila, sinaliksik nila kung paano nila ito gagawin itong mga theory na to. At ang huli, si Piaget, yung theory niya ng cognitive development, yun dun sa isip, yung mental. Okay, so ito ang ating pag-aaralan ngayon. Titingnan natin kung ano-ano ang magagawa natin dito sa mga developmental theories na to. Biophysical development is how our physical bodies grow and change. So kung paano tayo lumaki ngayon, kung paano na tayo tumanda, kung paano yung ating physical body mula dun sa maliit na baby hanggang dun sa edad natin ngayon o dun sa mga matatanda, kung paano itong lumaki at paano itong nagbabago. Yung mga healthcare providers are able to quantify and compare the changes that occur as a newborn infant grows into adulthood against established norms How does the physical body age? What are the triggers that move the body from the physical characteristics of childhood through adolescence to the physical changes of adulthood? So pag-aaralan natin ito, magmula sa umpisa, binanggit ko na sa inyo, tatandaan ninyo na ang pag-uusapan natin pag ang developmental theory ang mini-mention is from growth and development ng baby hanggang yung pagtanda. Okay? So, let's continue. Si Giselle, meron ditong theory na galing kay Giselle. Giselle's theory of development. So, fundamental to Giselle's theory of development is that each child's pattern of growth is unique. So, lahat ng individual, lahat ng tao, lahat ng bata o sino mang pinanganak, magmula umpisa, very unique na ang pag-develop nun. So, pag ang pattern nun sa growth and development niya is the same, na magiging may pattern at uniquely sa bawat isa. Hindi tayo pare-pareho. Okay? So, pare-pareho tayong may system, pare-pareho tayo na may physical, pero hindi tayo pare-pareho in terms of growth and development. Okay? So, si Giselle found the pattern of maturation follows a fixed developmental sequence in humans. Sequential development is evident in fetuses in which there is a specified order of organ system development. Doon sa maliit kasing baby, yung nandun pa sa loob ng nanay, so ang tawag doon fetus. Okay? Sila, iba din ang development nila doon, pati yung mga development ng organ. Yung physical nila, hindi pa ganong madidevelop kasi hindi pa sila mag-umpisang mag-mature, ma-develop doon. So more or less, specific doon pag fetus ka, yung mga organ natin sa loob ang dinidevelop. Okay? The growth in humans are both cephalocaudal and proximodistal. Ito tatandaan natin ito ha. Yung development, dalawa. Dalawa ito na pag-grow. Yung isa, yung cephalocaudal na tinatawag, repeatedly along the subject matter, maririnig natin ang cephalocaudal at proximodistal. So tatandaan nyo itong mga terms na ito. Yung cephalocaudal describes the sequence in which growth is fastest at the top, head to down. Yun yung cephalocaudal. Yung mula ulo natin hanggang paa, yun ang cephalocaudal. Cephalo means ito yung skull. Okay? So ito, lahat na ito ay magmumula sa head hanggang sa toes, sa down. Ang proximodistal growth starts at the center of the body and moves toward the extremities. Ito yung body natin. So yung grow tayo ng to the pattern na yung sa lateral, yung sa anong tawag dito, yung sa tagiliran going to my extremities hanggang doon sa paa. Okay? So ito yung proximodistal growth na tinatawag. So okay, so we have two growth in humans. So both yung cephalocaudal from head to toe and the proximodistal from the center of the body towards the extremities. The genes direct the sequence of development. Kaya individual, unique tayo. Individual is different from each other. Kasi meron tayong genes. So according sa genes natin, yung minana natin kay lolo, kay lola, kay nanay, kay tatay, andun yung mga genes na yun sa mga ninuno. Okay? So, but the environmental factors also influence development, resulting in development changes. For example, genes may direct the growth rate for an individual. That growth rate is only maximized if environmental conditions are adequate. Magiging maganda ang growth development ng tao as per doon sa environment na growth na dinadirect ng genes if kung nandun kayo sa isang family na very healthy, doon mapopromote yung a better growth and development. Pero pagka ang poor nutrition ninyo ay nagkaka-effect yun ng growth rate na mababa. So, depende dito pagka nasa ano ang environment ninyo at yung genes ninyo ay to follow with that environment. Okay? So, pagka maganda yung environment, so there is less prone tayo sa mga infections, sa mga diseases. So, yun, genes natin yon. Depende dun sa genes. Okay? So, going forward, ito na yung developmental stage natin na sinasabi ko kanina, meron tayong 4 na tao. Okay? Si Sigmund Freud, yung Freud theory, development theory niya, psychosexual development. Mag-umpisa yung sa oral, oral ibig sabihin from do sa pagkain, hanggang dun sa pagdumi, hanggang dun sa palic stage natin, sa latent at sa central stage. Ngayon, si Eric Erikson naman, siya yung founder, siya yung nag-establish nitong theory na to, psychosocial. Ibig sabihin, pag-aaralan natin yung trust versus mistrust, yung ability natin na magtiwala, yung autonomy versus shame, yung sa sarili natin, paano ba tayong how nadadalhin natin yung sarili natin, yung self-control, independence, initiative versus guilt, industry versus inferiority, identity versus role. Ngayon, si Jean Piaget, ito naman si Piaget, ito ang Piaget's developmental theory, cognitive and moral development. Yung mental na pag-iisip niya, yon, at saka yung moral. Sensory motor period, yun yung mga reflexes natin, bakit ka humihikab, bakit ka nag-iinat, yon, yung mga reflexes natin pag nagugulat tayo. So yung mga pre-operational period, yung inag-iisip tayo, ang ginagamit natin yung mga symbols lang. So use of symbol, yun yung egocentric. Concrete operations period, logical thinking. Yung pagka may sinabi sa iyo, hindi mo na kailangan pang tumingin sa libro, very smart ka na sumagot ka agad dahil meron kang logical thinking. Marunong kang mag-reason out. Yung formal operations period, yung mga abstract thinking, medyo a little bit different from the logical, medyo ma-complex na, medyo malaki-laki na ang nako-cover ng pag-iisip. Okay? Si Lawrence Kohlberg, siya yung nag-develop ng moral reasoning. Ito naman sa kanya, yung Kohlberg developmental theory. Moral reasoning ang kanyang dinevelop. Pre-conventional level, yung punishment and obedient orientation. May pre-environmental, yung pre-moral, instrumental orientation. Conventional, yung halimbawa, yung girl-boy, yung nice girl orientation. Post-conventional level, yung social contract orientation. So itong ibinigay ko sa inyong 4 na tao, you should remember na bawat isa sa kanila ay mayroong developmental theory. Ulitin natin, si Sigmund Freud is psychosexual development. Si Erik Erikson, psychological development. Si Jean Piaget, cognitive and moral development. At si Lawrence Kohlberg, development of moral reasoning. So, sa pag kumukuha na kayo ng mga examen, lumalabas itong mga pangalan ng mga ito. Okay? So, along the way na nag-start tayo ngayon, hanggang sa matapos natin, hanggang dun sa time na kayo ay nagtatrabaho na, so, bumabalik-balik yung mga pangalan nila kasi dala nila yung mga developmental na theory na pinag-aaralan. Ngayon, doon sa practical, pumapasok doon yung mga pangalan nila. Okay, doon sa pagkain, pag sinabing doon sa oral stage, ganon, si Sigmund Freud yun. So pagka naman si Erickson, pagka yung ikaw ay nagtatrust versus mistrust, yung hindi ka during the time of yung childhood, hindi mo alam kung ikaw ba maniniwala o meron kang papaniwalaan. So yun naman si Erickson. Ngayon si Piaget, siya yung moral development. Yung mga reflexes na binabanggit ko, sabi ko sa iyo kanina, yung isa, yung example is yung naghihigab, reflection na inaantok. Yung ikaw ay nag-iinat, yun lalo na makita nyo yung mga baby na umiinat, di ba? So yun yung pagkagising nila, yun yung mga reflex na nagbibigay ng hiwatig na gising na ako, maganda ang tulog ko. Yun yung reflexes. Ngayon, si Kohlberg naman, meron siya dito yung development of moral reasoning. Ito yung tinatawag natin na mga orientation natin sa environment, post-conventional natin, yung mga social contracts natin, yung orientation natin within the social group. Okay? May tatlo tayong tao. Now, umpisahan natin na tignan natin kung ano ang mga difference nung nagagawa nilang apat. Doon sa sinabi natin kanina, yung umpisa ng mga growth and development, nag-umpisa tayo sa infancy o yung birth. Pag sinabi natin dito, nakikita nyo itong presentation ko, sa left side, meron tayong developmental stages. Yun yung ages. So mag-umpisa tayo sa birth, tinawag nating infancy yun, from birth to 18 months. So yung birth hanggang 1.5 years old ito. So yung kasunod nito may early childhood, ibig sabihin 18 months to 3 years. Yung preschool, 3 to 5 years. Middle childhood, 6 to 12 years. At yung adolescence, 12 to 19. Meron tayong pag-uusapan natin mamaya, meron yung kadugtong nito, yung hanggang older. Okay? So si Freud, sa bawat isang column, meron dito yung pagkaka-difference kung ano ang ibibigay nila doon sa mga edad na according doon sa edad na ibinigay dito sa developmental stage. Doon sa kay Freud, psychosexual development ang ibinibigay niya, di ba, na theory. So doon sa oral stage, meron siyang oral stage, meron siyang anal stage, phallic stage, latent stage, at central stage. Si Erickson sa psychosocial, meron siyang trust versus mistrust, meron siyang autonomy versus shame, meron siyang initiative versus guilt, industry versus inferiority, identity versus role. Nakita nyo yung kay Erickson, doon sa pagka-birth niya hanggang doon sa 18 months niya, yung mga baby, nakikita nyo ba sila na as per doon sa mga pag-observation ninyo, yung mga baby by this time, yung nasa edad na to, hindi lahat sinasamahan, di ba? So yun, yung iniisip nila kung sino ba yung pwede kong samahan, pwede kong i-trust, at sino yung hindi. Diba, pagkakilik nyo si baby, tapos may nakita siyang ibang tao, tumatalikod siya. Hindi niya kaagad ito binibigyan ng pagkakataon na sasama kaagad. Kung sasama man si baby, medyo nadidelay yung kanyang reaction. Okay? So yung kay Erickson yon. So yung dun sa early childhood ni Erickson, autonomy versus shame. Yung doubtful control nito at saka yung independence. Yung meron siyang self na inisip niya sa sarili niya na meron siyang control, tapos meron pala siyang doubt, yung meron siyang ano ba ang doubt, yung hindi tama yung iniisip niya. Okay? Doon sa preschool naman ni Erickson, meron siyang initiative versus guilt. Yung meron siyang naiisip niya, meron siyang magandang imagination, tapos mamaya mo may feeling siya na hindi pala dapat ganon. Yung naho-hold niya yung kanyang imaginative creativeness, tapos naho-hold niya yon, nagi-guilt siya na hindi ko dapat mag-initiate ng ganito. So yun yung mga reasons na meron siyang initiative, tapos meron siyang magigil, huwag ko na lang gawin. Okay? So pag-uusapan natin lahat ito mamaya. Yung middle childhood naman ni Erickson, industry versus inferiority, yung meron siyang mga gawain na gusto niyang gawin, tapos sabi niya siguro mas mainam kung ito papagawa ko sa iba o ito yung gagawin ko ng sarili ko. Okay? So yung last niya sa adolescence, 12 to 19 years, meron siyang identity versus role. Naku-confuse siya kung lalo na yung girl and boy na sinasabi natin, whether ito ba ay magiging yung during her sexual or his sexual maturity, ay tayo ba ay girl o tayo ba ay boy? Yun, may confusion. Ano ba ako? Sino ba ako? Okay? So going forward to Piaget. Si Piaget, as we said, cognitive and moral development. So yung development niya, starting from the birth until yung adolescence niya, yung sa number 1 niya, meron siyang sensory motor period, yung reflexes na pinag-uusapan natin. Meron siyang pre-operational period, yung thinking na ginagamitan niya ng symbol. Like for example, gusto kong uminom. It's a symbol na gusto kong uminom, di ba? So para bang gaganon lang ako para makita nyo na ito yung symbol na nauuhaw ako. Di ba? Something ganon. Yung use of symbol egocentric. Marami tayong symbols na either it is written or mga signs na yun yung pinagkukuhanan natin ng description. Okay? So pag-uusapan natin lahat ito kung ano ba yung mga symbols na yon. Concentrate, concrete operational period, logical thinking. Ito yung sinabi ko kanina, na dun sa logical thinking natin, dapat naiisip natin kung ano ba yung dapat at hindi dapat, but you must be smart to think about being illogical. Dito naman sa huli, meron tayo kay Kohlberg. Si Kohlberg is giving the moral development of reasoning. So ano ba yung binibigay niya as in yung summary niya? Meron siyang pre-conventional level, yung punishment over obedience, orientation, pre-environmental, yun yung pre-moral, instrumental orientation, conventional level, yung good boy, nice boy na sinasabi natin, at ang post-conventional level, yun yung social contract. Yun yung being as sociable na tayo. Okay, so si Sigmund Freud naman, going back, sorry. Yes. So umpisahan natin si Sigmund Freud. Pinag-usapan natin kanina, Sigmund Freud is often referred to as the father of psychotherapy. Excuse me. So, develop the concepts of ID, ego, and superego, the psychological defense mechanism, such as sublimation and suppression, as well as the 5 stages of psychosexual growth and development. So, the ID, yung pinag-uusapan niyang ID, which he developed, is an unconscious mechanism that operates in terms of instant gratification and instant pleasure. Yung ID, ibig sabihin nun, yung ako ito, yung identity ko. So yun yung unconscious mechanism na instant, nasasabi natin, ako si Annie. So ikaw si Eden, ikaw si Sheila. Di ba ganon? So meron tayong instant na identification. So ngayon naman, some say that infants are nothing more than a bundle of ID. Hindi ba sila parang gusto nila lahat ng atensyon nasa kanila? Ako to, ako si baby X, ako si baby Y. Di ba ganon? So gusto nila yung parang na-identify sila kaagad. Ngayon, yung the ego is the person's sense of self that provides the person with the ability to control oneself and one's behavior. Hindi ba naisip natin yung yung I, me, and myself na tinatawag, sino nakaka-relate doon? Yung parating ako. Ako yon. Yung sa classroom, pagka hindi naman kahit hindi niya alam yung answer, siya yung mag-a-answer kasi ako. Gusto ko ako. Ako yung may ganito. Ako yung maganda. Ako yung mabait. Di ba lahat? Yung pinoprovide niya yung ability na i-control ko. Ako to eh. Ako yung dapat masunod. Ako yung maganda. Yung may control ka over yourself. Okay? Yung super ego naman is the person's conscience. Ito na tayo sa super ego. Pagka meron tayong ginawang mali, di ba si super ego yung konsensya natin na between right and wrong, sasabihin niya, wag yan, wag mong gawin kasi hindi tama. So, yung isa naman yung ID mo, sasabihin niya, or yung ego, sabihin niya, no, hindi, ito yung ako yung self ko. But then the super ego will go in. So, in between, sasabihin niya, hindi, ito yung tama. So, yon. You should remember, you should know ano ang ID, ano ang ego, at ano ang super ego. So, I hope naintindihan natin yung tatlo na yon. Okay? Yung Freud psychosexual and psychoanalytical model of personality development states that individuals go through 5 stages of psychosexual development and that each stage is characterized by sexual pleasure in parts of the body. Mag-umpisa tayo sa mouth, anus, ito yung ating labasan ng dumi. Okay? Anus ang tawag natin. And the genitals. Genitals, ito yung ating maselang parte. So, Freud believed that adult personality is the result of how an individual resolve conflicts between these resources of pleasure and the mandates of reality. So, si Freud, a psychosexual, psychoanalytical model of personality development, so, idinidiscuss niya lahat ito mula dun sa iyong pagka-baby hanggang dun sa ikaw pagtanda mo, yung development ng iyong from oral, yung pagkain mo, paglabas, at doon sa tawag dito, yung the sense of pleasure. Dun sa katandaan natin, i-discuss natin yon from the oral to the anal to the pleasure. Dun sa age, dun sa latent age natin mamaya. Okay? So, yung stage 1 na tinatawag natin kay Freud, yung oral from birth to 12 to 18 months. So, ano ba yung nandito sa oral natin? Initially, meron tayong sucking and oral satisfaction are not only vital to life, but also extremely pleasurable in their own rights. Okay? So, yung ating pagsak magmula nung baby pa tayo, hanggang yun nasasatisfy tayo, ay it's not only vital, pero may extreme pleasurable tayong satisfaction tayo nakukuha doon sa mga sucking na ginagawa na yon. Okay? Late in this stage, the infant begins to realize that the mother or a parent is something separate from self. Ito yung naghihiwalay na tayo pagka-birth natin. So, nung nandun pa tayo sa loob ng sinapupunan, talagang over-dependent tayo doon sa nanay natin. Dahil andun tayo sa loob niya na binibigyan niya tayo ng everything. From the air that we breathe, yung oxygen natin, yung pagkain natin, lahat kay nanay tayo depende. But once we are out, mag-start na tayo from the oral, kung paano tayo nasasatisfy, doon na wala na tayo kay nanay. Okay? Disruption in the physical or emotional availability of the parent. Like yung meron na tayong simula nang tayo ay ipinanganak, nahiwalay na tayo kay nanay. So, disrupted na tayo kay nanay. But then, ito yung ating kailangang mapunan between the mother and the child bonding. Kailangan natin ng merong physical and emotional na maging availability for the parent. Kasi disrupted yun magmula nung isinilang yung baby. So ngayon, by the time na inilabas siya, kailangan mag-survive ni baby dun sa kanyang physical or emotionally, dun sa availability ng nanay. So kailangan yun mapunan yung bonding nila or else makakaapekto sa pag-develop o paglaki ng isang baby. Sabi ni Freud, the oral stimulation could lead to an oral fixation in later life. We see oral personalities all around us, such as smokers, nail biters, finger chewers, and thumb suckers. Ito yung mga pag na-disrupt yung inyong oral na development, sa paglaki ninyo, pag matanda na kayo, ang nakikita natin na nagiging resulta ay yung mga nag-i-smoke, yung nagne-nail bite, finger chewers, at saka thumb suckers. Sila itong mga personalities na during the oral stage nila ay na-disrupt yun at ito ang kinalabasan. Okay? So, nauobserbahan natin ito sa mga tao around us. Yung stage 2 na binabanggit ni Freud is yung anal stage from 12 to 18 months to 3 years. Ito yung focusing of pleasure changes to anal zone. And the children become increasingly aware of the pleasurable sensations of this body region with interest in the products of their efforts. Through the toilet training process, the child delays gratification to meet parental and societal expectation. Pagka yung mga bata o yung mga baby na 1 taon, 12 months, hanggang 18 months o 3 years, dun sa toddler stage, hindi ba dito natin sila inuumpisahan na i-train para sa kanilang pagdumi, i-train natin sila kung paano sila kakain ng maayos, kung paano sila dudumi ng maayos, kung ano ang dapat na process para masundan nila to hanggang sa paglaki nila. So, kailangan mag-umpisa pa lang sa maliit na bata, tinitrain na natin sila para pag kinatandaan nila ay masusunod nila ito accordingly. Okay? So, early or hush potty training, ito yung toilet training na tinatawag, can lead to the child becoming an anal retentive personality who hates mess, is obsessively tidy, punctual, and respectful of authority. So, kagaya ng sinabi ko, yung natitrain from the age na dito sa 12 months up to 3 years, ay very tidy sila, very obsessively tidy, at maayos silang dumudumi. Appropriate in the process of kung paano alam nila kung paano ang maging malinis during that process of toilet training. They can be stubborn and tight-fisted with their cause and possessions. This is all related to pleasure got from holding on their faces when toddlers, and their moms then insisting that they get rid of it by placing them on the potty until they perform. Not as daft as it sounds, the anal stage. So ito yon. Kung minsan nagagalit tayo dun sa mga bata while training them, di ba? Dun sa toilet training. So kailangan natin dito ay si mother o kung sino man, si ate o yung mga nani, kung sino man o caregiver na nagto-toilet train do sa mga pediatrics by this age, ay dapat lang maging pasensyoso. Kasi otherwise, pagka inupo lang natin sila doon, isinaldak mo si baby doon, so hindi sila maganda ang performance. Okay? So, in adulthood, the anal expulsive is the person who wants to share things with you. Ito na yung makikita natin pagka lumalaki na yung mga tao, yung mga batang lumaki from this anal stage na hindi maayos yung kanilang anal stage. So ngayon, ang magkakaroon sila paglaki nila na magiging yung mga tao, yung gusto nilang nakikishare ng mga gamit sa iba, yung ganon. So, they are like giving things away. So, in the essence, they are sharing their union, yung mga pupu nila, as in ganon ang sinasabi to describe the word. An anal expulsive personality is also messy, disorganized, and rebellious. So nakita natin dito pagka yung anal stage, maayos kang pinalaki o pinatrain doon during the time of toilet training, ikaw ay magiging lalaki na maging punctual, respectful, nagagalit ka dun sa mga madumi. While if ikaw ay pinalaki ng hindi maayos in that analyst stage, so paglaki mo, ikaw yung gusto mo nakikishare ng gamit ng iba, na ikaw ay magiging madumi, disorganized ka, at nagiging rebellious. Okay, so yun yung mga after effect pagka hindi maayos ang training during the anal stage. Phallic stage or oedipal, 3 to 6 years old ito. So yung genital organs are the focus of pleasure during this stage. Imagine mo yung 3 years old at saka yung 6, ang focus nila napupunta dun sa kanilang sex. Tinitignan nila yon, ini-explore nila. The boy becomes interested dun sa kanilang pag-aari, and the girl becomes aware of the absence of penis. Bakit wala siya nun? So, para siyang naiinggit, bakit wala ako niyan pag nakita niya yung lalaking meron? And so, the same thing, vice versa with the girl. This is a time of exploration and imagination as the child fantasizes about the parent of the opposite sex as his or her first love interest, known as Oedipus complex or Electra complex. Ito yung makikita natin na yung mga bata, bakit mostly yung batang babae ay they are attached to the father. So ito yung phallic or oedipal 3 to 6 years. So they ginagawa nilang oo, yung anong tawag dito? Ina-idolize nila. Ina-idolize nila yung kanilang tatay, o yun namang batang lalaki, ina-idolize yung batang yung mama, ina-idolize niya. So opposite ito. So for the girl, ina-fantasize niya yung parent of opposite sex. Yun yung mother, yung baby girl to the father, and yung baby boy to the mother. Okay? By the end of this stage, the child attempts to reduce this conflict by identifying with a parent of the same sex as a way to win recognition and acceptance. So, by the end of 6 years, maiintindihan niya rin na ito si nanay ay ito si tatay. Okay? Ito yung sex ko at ito yung sex ni ate. Okay? So, meron tayong recognition and acceptance doon sa phallic or oedipal age natin between 3 to 6. Going to the stage 4. Sorry, just hold on. So going forward, yung latency or 6 to 12 years. Stage 4 is a latency stage. And in this stage, Freud believed that sexual urges from the earlier oedipal stage are repressed and channeled into productive activities that are socially acceptable. Latent means hidden. Within the educational and social worlds of the child, there is so much to learn and accomplish. So sabi ni Freud dito, he believed yung sexual urges mo during yung oedipal stage na pinag-usapan natin kanina ay magiging productive and are socially acceptable. Pero hidden siya, kaya latent. Within the educational and social worlds of the child, there is much to learn and accomplish. Freud taught that most sexual impulses are repressed during the latent stage, and sexual energy can be sublimated. May mga defense mechanism siya towards schoolwork, hobbies, and friendship. Okay, marami na siyang naiintindihan dito. So, yung kanyang thought of the sexual impulses, nare-repress na yun during the latent stage. Yung nahahide, natatago. And sexual energy can be sublimated. Yung meron siyang defense mechanism na pag tinatanong siya na ano ba ang sex identity mo, sexual identity. So para siyang nahihiya. So in defense mechanism niya, gumagawa siya ng something na i-move away niya doon sa pinag-uusapang sexual. Much of the child's energy is channeled into developing new skills and acquiring new knowledge, and play becomes largely confined to other children of the same gender. So ito na yung meron siyang at least, meron siyang socialization, nagiging socially acceptable na siya dun sa mga group niya, yung productive activities niya doon, nakikihalubilo na siya. So within this period, sa stage 4, yung latency stage, dito na siya nag-i-start na maging socially acceptable or socially inclined. The stage 5, yung genital puberty through adulthood. In this final stage, 5 yung stages ni Freud sa psychosexual. So ito yung pang-5 is genital. In this final stage, sexual urges reawaken and are directed to an individual outside the family circle. Unresolved prior conflicts surface during adolescence. Once the individual resolves conflicts, he or she is then capable of having a mature adult sexual relationship. In this stage, sabi dito ni Freud, dito siya nagkakaroon ng pagka-open-minded na madadirect niya yung kanyang as an individual, madirect niya outside of the family circle. Hindi lang dun sa buong pamilya. So, nagiging extended na yung kanyang pag-iisip regarding dun sa kanyang pagiging individual. So once the individual resolves conflicts, he or she is then capable of having a mature adult sexual relationship. Now, going forward, Freud's psychosexual theory of personality development and begins in puberty. It is a time of adolescent sexual experimentation, the successful resolution of which is settling down in a loving one-to-one relationship with another person in our 20s. So ito na yung nag-uumpisa na tayong magkaroon ng crushes. So nag-uumpisa na tayong mag-ayos sa sarili kasi itong si napupusuan natin, yung mga puppy love na tinatawag, nag-i-start within this stage 5. Dito yung genital stage, which is puberty through adulthood. Sexual instinct is directed to heterosexual pleasure rather than self-pleasure like during the phallic stage. So ito na yung nakakaisip siya na yung si babae at sa yung lalaki, magkakaroon sila ng relationship. So nag-uumpisa na doon yung going through the intimate after the adulthood. For Freud, the proper outlet of the sexual instinct in adults was through heterosexual intercourse. Fixation and conflict may prevent this, with the consequence that sexual perversions may develop. So during this time na sinasabi ni Freud, nagkakaroon ng proper outlet yung sexual instincts ng mga adults through heterosexual na intercourse. Yun dun lang sa ibang tao. Fixation and conflict may prevent this, with the consequence that sexual perversions may develop. For example, fixation at the oral stage may result in a person gaining sexual pleasure primarily from kissing and oral sex rather than sexual intercourse. Could you imagine from this very point ng stage 5, meron na tayong pinag-aaralan o binibigyan na tayo ng kaalaman regarding our sexual education from the stage 5 where we are in the puberty going through the adulthood period. So dito pa lang napag-aaralan na natin yung becoming a boy and a girl, so being together, so engaged in a kissing, tapos rather than sexual intercourse. So dito pa lang sa stage na to ni Freud ay napapag-usapan na natin ito, going through hanggang sa adolescent and older. Now we'll proceed with Erik Erikson, psychosocial development. Si Erik Erikson proposed 8 major stages of psychosocial development and expected tasks along the lifespan from infancy to old age. People, including our own clients, means to say ang mga pasyente natin, who are able to resolve their AIDS-related tasks are successfully able to progress to the next task. However, psychosocial development can become arrested when a person is not able to achieve their AIDS-related development task. Kung halimbawa ikaw ay nandun sa katayuan mo ngayon at your age, let's say for example, ikaw ay 20 years old. So dito kay Erik Erikson, sabi niya rito, pag yung psychosocial development mo can become arrested, yung nagagampanan natin during this time, we will be able to proceed to achieve their AIDS-related developmental tasks. So by the time our age, we getting older, by yung age natin, ay meron tayong appropriate na development, growth and development during those stages. The outcome of this maturation timetable is a wide and integrated set of life skills and abilities that function together within the autonomous individual. However, instead of focusing on sexual development like Freud, he was interested in children's socialization and how this affects their sense of self. Okay, so that means to say si Eric naman, ang pinag-uusapan niya rito is being a person themselves, related dun sa age mo, kung how you will react during your age. Meron tayong sinasabi kung minsan nagbabata-bataan or yung mga bata gusto lang bigla silang tatanda. So you must, according to Erik Erikson, you must achieve or you will be a person yourself to achieve yung age within that age-related development task. Hindi lang basta tayo magkakaedad. So kailangan dumaan tayo in a proper, appropriate growth and development. Sabi ni Erik Erikson, the stages, developmental tasks, and signs of their lack of resolution are listed below. So number 1 niya, in birth to 1 year, trust versus mistrust. Ito yung infant natin tinatawag kanina. Establishing a basic sense of trust is essential for the development of a healthy personality. The infant's successful resolution of this stage requires a consistent caregiver who is available to meet his needs. From this basic trust in parents, the infant is able to trust in himself, in others, and in the world. The formation of trust results in faith and optimism. A nurse's use of anticipatory guidance helps parents cope with the hospitalization of an infant and the infant's behaviors when discharged to home. So dito sa number 1 na birth to 1 year during the infancy period, sabi ni Erickson, meron tayong trust dito. So pagka ang failure natin to resolve this task, magkakaroon tayo ng mistrust and a failure to thrive. Mahirapan tayong mabuhay. Kasi kailangan natin, we have to build the trust. We must have the solid foundation of the trust. Kasi pagka hindi ka nag-trust, so failure to do it, ang magiging mangyari is meron tayong parating mistrust, pag-aalinlangan, yung hindi tayo naniniwala, and a failure to thrive after all. Mahirap mabuhay nang meron tayong hindi paniniwala. So, ang kasunod nun is a failure to thrive. Okay, going forward, autonomy versus sense of shame and doubt that will be between 1 year to 3 years, we are calling them as toddler. Remember, yung birth to 3 is the infancy, and itong from 1 to 3 years are called toddlers. Toddlers na sila, ang social psychodevelopment ni Erickson is autonomy versus sense of shame and doubt. By this stage, a growing child is more accomplished in some basic self-care activities, including walking, andito na yung mag-uumpisa na siyang maglakad, kakaing mag-isa, and toileting na mag-isa. This newfound independence is the result of maturation and imitation. So marunong na siya ito. So responsible na siya dun sa sarili niya as she grow or as he grow to accomplish yung mga basic niya na walking, feeding, toileting, yon. The toddler develops his or her autonomy by making choices. Choices typical for the toddler age group includes activities related to relationships, desires, and playthings. There is also opportunity to learn that parents and society have expectations about these choices. Limiting choices and or enacting harsh punishment leads to feelings of shame and doubt. So yung bata na 1 to 3 years old, pagka mo sila pinagalitan, hindi mo sila binigyan ng trust during the time of yung meron silang self-care na tinatawag, yung meron silang gustong gawin sa sarili. Pag hindi mo sila binigyan ng pagkakataon na i-prove ito sa atin, so at the end, it will lead to feeling of shame and doubt. Yung meron na silang feeling of doubt na hindi na sila parang marunong magtiwala kasi hindi mo siya binigyan at first, yung initially hindi mo siya binigyan ng pagtitiwala. Ito yung i-trust mo. So by the end of yun dun sa inyong mga self-care activities, ay nawawala yung trust nung bata. So nagkakaroon siya ng shame at saka doubt sa sarili. Okay? So the toddler who successfully masters this stage achieves self-control and willpower. Imagine kung ang bata pinalaki mo nang mayroon siyang ma-identify niya yung sarili niya as being siya, na may kakayanan siyang gawin ito by herself walking, feeding, toileting. So at the end of this, ang mangyari doon, makaka-achieve siya ng self-control and willpower. So ito yung magdadala sa kanya na magiging isang human being, na isang individual, na effective individual by the end of yung kanyang pagtanda, na magkakaroon siya ng self-control and willpower. Wala siyang doubts at magkakaroon siya ng mawawalan siya ng full tolerance of frustration. Kasi parati siyang wala siyang doubt and shame sa sarili niya, so meron siyang trust sa sarili niya. So dapat niyang maniwala doon sa sarili niya, and yet she is going or he is going to trust others. So ang failure to resolve this task, meron siyang shame, nahihiya siya, meron siyang doubtful siya sa lahat ng ginagawa niya, sa lahat ng sasabihin niya, and there is a poor tolerance of frustration. So pagka na-frustrate siya, yun na yung taong mga nadidepress, hindi na nakakayanan. So ito, kailangan by the age of, dun sa 1 to 3 years old, kailangan nating ibigyan sila ng solid foundation to become a trustworthy, maging trustful sila, and there is no shame and doubt after all. The child is developing physically and becoming more mobile. Between the ages of 18 months and 3, children begin to assert their independence by walking from their mothers, picking which toy to play with, and making choices about what they like to wear and etc., to eat and etc. So ito yun, pinakita natin from the beginning ng itong stage na ito, na nadidevelop yung mga bata dun sa kanilang trust and become assertive and independent sila paglaki nila. So kaya na nilang mag-walk away from their mother, hindi na yung parati silang inaakay-akay, yung picking toys for their own, at saka yung mga choices nila kung anong gusto na nilang isuot, kung anong kakainin nila. So this all in this stage, nag-i-evolve lahat ito. The child is discovering that he or she has many skills and abilities. Ito yung nadidevelop na yung kanilang abilities and nagiging self-independent na sila. So from the putting of clothes and shoes, playing with the toys, and such skills illustrate the child's growing sense of independence and autonomy. Erickson states it is critical that parents allow their children to explore the limits of their abilities within an encouraging environment which is tolerant of failure. For example, rather than put on a child's clothes, a supportive parent should have the patience to allow the child to try until they succeed or ask for assistance. So the parents need to encourage the child to becoming more independent, whilst at the same time protecting the child so that constant failure is avoided. So yun from the very beginning, when we establish the trust with the person, so kailangan natin siya mapatunayan sa sarili niya na kaya na niya maging independent, and by the time goes, so maa-avoid natin yung kanyang magiging mga failures in the future. A delicate balance is required from the parent. They must try not to do everything for the child, but if the child fails at a particular task, they must not criticize the child for failures and accidents. Ito yon, nagiging responsibility ng magulang during this stage na bigyan mo ng pagkakataon yung mga anak mo to make their own choice, to improve their self, sa kanilang bigyan mo sila ng pagkakataon na mamili nung kanilang dadamitin, nung kanilang kakainin. So lang para ma-avoidan yung frustration ng child, pagka kasi tayo ang nagbigay dun sa child at hindi niya nagustuhan yun, para siya napoprostrate. So while if siya sarili sa kanya mismo, nagagawin niya yon in her or his own choice, so by this time, so magkakaroon siya ng ma-establish sa kanya yung trust niya sa sarili niya, and at the end of this, hindi siya mapoprostrate. So going forward, success in this stage will lead to the virtue of will. If children in this stage are encouraged and supported in their increased independence, they become more confident and secure in their own ability to survive in the world. If children are criticized, ito yung pagka walang trust yung bata sa sarili at we continuously criticize the child, overly controlled or not given the opportunity to assert themselves, they begin to feel inadequate in their ability to survive. Nawawalan na sila ng lakas ng loob na tumayo dun sa sarili nila, na dapat nilang gawin ito at dapat nilang magawa ng nag-iisa sila. and may then become overly dependent upon others, lack esteem, lack of self-esteem, and feeling of sense of shame and doubt in their own abilities. Initiative versus guilt. Doon sa states na to ng Erickson ay initiative versus guilt. Ang pinag-uusapan dito yung mga bata na preschooler 3 to 6 years. Ano ba ang kanilang description with this initiative versus guilt? So children like to pretend and try out new roles. Meron silang initiativity. Gusto nila in everything that they do, they want to initiate from themselves. Fantasy and imagination allow them to further explore their environment. Okay? Yung marami na silang iniisip, marami na silang ipinapantasize, marami silang ini-imagine. So in this way, nagkakaroon na explore nila yung environment nila. Marami na silang ideas, marami ng information na nakukuha nila. They are taking it all from their environment. Also at this time, they are developing their super ego or conscience. You remember the ID, the ego, and the super ego. So in this initiative versus guilt, sa 3 to 6 years for the preschoolers, nadidevelop na yung kanilang konsensya, yung super ego nila. Okay? So alam na nila yung right and wrong. So meron siyang, when they do bad things, so there is the conscience that's saying that is not good, so do the right thing. So this is how the super ego goes in. These conflicts sometimes lead to feelings of frustration and guilt. Guilt also occurs if the caregiver's responses are too harsh. Pagka ikaw na caregiver ka o a parent ka, na too harsh ka dun sa iyong anak o dun sa iyong aalagaan. So that means to say, para silang nafe-feel guilty din na yung nakikipag-usap ka sa kanila ng hindi maayos. And the preschoolers are learning to maintain a sense of initiative without imposing on the freedoms of others. So, ni-impose nila, mini-maintain nila yung sense of initiative nila para hindi mo in-expense of the others. Successful resolution of this stage results in direction and purpose. Teaching the child impulse control and cooperative behaviors helps the family avoid the risk of altered growth and development. So, yung 3 to 6 years old pa lang, as they are in the preschooler, sa school natin, makikita ang mga behavior na to. So, teaching them the impulse of control, marunong na silang mag-control by the time. And yung kanilang cooperative behaviors, it will help the family, not only the family, the environment, the people around you, to avoid the risk of altered growth and development. So, hindi natin siya dapat na i-risk yung mga ginagawa natin between these 3 to 6 years para hindi tayo magkaroon ng feeling of guilt. So, ang kailangan natin gawin dito sa task na ito ay maging initiative, magkaroon tayo ng sense of purpose, the self-confidence, and self-direction. And the failure to resolve this task, meron siyang fear of punishment and guilt. So, kailangan from the very beginning na ang bata ay mag-age ng 3 to 6, so establish natin sa kanila ang being initiative, a sense of purpose, self-confidence, and a self-direction. So nakita nyo, mag-umpisa pa lang dito sa mga stages na binabanggit natin, nag-uumpisa kung paano tayo ngayon. Okay, so pinagdaanan ba natin yon? Isipin natin whether nagdaan ba tayo during that time o hindi natin pinagdaanan, kaya ganito ang ugali ng isang tao. Okay, so that means to say nakikita natin yung pag-uugali ng isang tao, kung paano sila during, balikan natin yung from birth to up to 6 years now sa preschool. Going forward, number 4, we have the industry versus inferiority. Ito yung 6 to 11 years old, yung school-age child. Ito na yung mag-umpisa ng papasok yung bata, grade 1. So school-age children are eager to apply themselves to learning socially productive skills and tools. They learn to work and play with their peers. So sila yung nag-uumpisang makipaglaro. So gusto nilang pagka nagtatrabaho sila ay maging may kasama, yung within a group, ganon, and play with their peers. They thrive on their accomplishments and praises. So, bawat individual dito sa mga batang ito during their time of 6 to 11 years, kailangan natin pinipraise sila. Kasi yung mga accomplishment nila, when every time they do some activities or their accomplishment, if they accomplish something by themselves, kailangan natin silang purihin din para magkaroon sila ng feeling of self-confidence na ako ay nakagawa nito, so I'm self-confident na ito ay nagawa ko ng maayos. So, without proper support for learning new skills or if the skills are too difficult for them, they develop a sense of inadequacy and inferiority. Children at this age needs to be able to experience real achievement to develop a sense of competency. Si Erickson, he believed that the adult's attitudes towards work are traced to successful school-age child to understand. Erickson believed that the adult's attitudes toward work are traced to successful achievement of this task. During hospitalization, it is important for the school-age child to understand the routines and participate as actively as possible in his or her treatment. For example, some children enjoy keeping a record of their intake and output. So yung mga batang 6 to 11, napapagkatiwalaan na natin sila to do at their own. Yung pwede silang maka-involve actively sa mga possibility na makasama sila doon to enjoy themselves na ibigay yung kanilang naiisip, yung kanilang nakaalaman, whatever thoughts they have, so they want to share it, and magiging competent sila and self-confident also. So kung ano man yung mga ginagawa nila, bigyan natin sila ng pagkakaroon ng tamang socially productive skills and their tools para naman maging productive sila in a way na pagdating nila sa tamang panahon, when they are doing such activities, they know themselves that they are competent enough and very self-confidently nagagawin nila yung mga work na yon. So failure to resolve the task, may feeling sila na inferiority and fears that cannot meet the expectation of others. So dito yung nawawalan sila ng pagkakataon na mag-trust sa sarili nila. So in this way, yung feeling nila of inferiority nag-grow na hindi tama ito sa ginagawa nila. So nagiging inferior sila, may feelings of inferiority. And natatakot sila na hindi nila ma-meet yung expectations of others. Number 5 is the intimacy versus isolation. During young adulthood, young adults, having developed a sense of identity, deepen their capacity to love others and care for them. Ito na yung nagkakaroon ng mga intimate relationships. They search for meaningful friendships and an intimate relationship with another person. So during this intimacy, yung adulthood, dito na nagkakaroon, nag-i-start sila na magkaroon ng meaningful friendship and intimate relationship with other person. And Erickson portrayed intimacy as finding the self and then losing the self to another. So if the young adult is not able to establish companionship and intimacy, isolation results because he or she fears rejection and disappointment. So pagka hindi ka nagiging intimate or hindi maganda ang iyong capacity to love to others or care for them, or yung iyong magiging meaningful friendship with another or your intimate relationship with other person, pag ito hindi natin nagawang maibigay ng maayos, so ang mangyayari dito, magkakaroon tayo ng takot sa sarili, magkakaroon tayo ng rejection and disappointments later on. So, kailangan natin as nurses, nursing aid, or caregivers, they must understand that hospitalization increases a young adult's need for intimacy, and these young adults benefit from the support of their partner or significant other during this time. Ibig sabihin nito, yung tayong mga healthcare professionals na nagbibigay ng healthcare care for our patients, maintindihan natin na during the time na nakikipag-communicate tayo with these young adults, ay magkakaroon ng suporta and support to their partners and significant others during this time. Nagkakaroon ng malakas na impact ng suporta. Nagkakaroon ng malakas na because you care for each other, so yung nagkakaroon ka ng deep care for one another. So, nagkakaroon tayo ng ina-identify natin yung sarili natin. We have identified formation and a sense of self as an individual when we have the capacity and we have the capacity to love and care. Ang failure to resolve the task, ang role confusion, hindi natin alam ngayon ano ba ang talagang responsibility natin, ano ba dapat ang role natin. So it lowered down ang self-esteem natin and a poor self-concept. So pagka nagkaroon tayo ng hindi maayos na relationship with one another during this time of intimacy versus isolation, so tayo, ang nangyayari sa atin ay na-feel natin yung ating opposite partner. So, nagiging lowered ang self-esteem natin. Nagkakaroon tayo ng rejection. Nagkakaroon tayo ng not intimate relationship and a poor self-concept. The last here is, the second from the last is generativity versus self-absorption and stagnation. Ito na yung dumadaan sa middle-aged adult, yung growth and development ng middle-aged adult. Following the development of an intimate relationship doon sa ating number 5 stage, the adult focuses on supporting future generations. The ability to expand one's personal and social involvement is critical to this stage of development. So yung personal mo, nagkakaroon ka na ngayon, na-extend na ngayon dito sa mga social involvement natin doon sa ating mga peer group. Yung middle-aged, the middle-aged adults achieve success in this stage by contributing to future generations through parenthood, teaching, and community involvement. Yung na-expand na tayo yung ating kinalalagyan. Dati nag-umpisa tayo from birth, tapos napunta tayo ng toddler hanggang tayo naging young adults, and now andito na tayo sa middle-aged adult na. So lumalawak na yung expansion natin, nakakalabas na yung extension natin. We are going with another different people in different places. Pati environment natin, yung social involvement natin sa mga tao na nakapaligid sa atin, yung ating mga friends, families, and others. So lumalaki na ito during this stage. And the middle-aged adults achieve success in these states by contributing to future generations, sabi niya. Yung nakikipag-community teaching na kayo, meron kayong community na environment na sinasalihan, na nagkakaroon kayo ng involvement sa community, yun ang nangyayari sa mga middle-aged adults. Achieving generativity results in caring for others as a basic strength. Ito na yung nagkakaroon ka ng parang kumukuha ka na ng lakas doon sa mga tao na in-extend mo na involvement ng sarili mo. Okay, you are not alone here now. So ikaw nag-extend na to your social involvement in your social environment. So achieving generativity results in caring for others as a basic strength. Ito na yung not from us, so yung nagbibigay na tayo ng care for others, lumalabas na tayo. Inability to play a role in this development of the next generation results in stagnation. Pag hindi tayo nag-move or hindi natin pinagdaanan ng states na to, ang mangyayari sa atin, andito lang tayo, wala tayong growth, wala tayong development, naka-stagnant lang tayo. So what do the nurses or the caregivers do is to assist physically ill adults in choosing creative ways to foster social developments. So ini-encourage natin sila na makipag-share sa atin, ma-involve sa atin, doing the creative ways para ma-foster natin yung social development, para magkaroon tayo ng isang magandang development sa ating social group. Middle-aged persons often find a sense of fulfillment by volunteering in a local school, hospital, or church. Sabi nga natin kanina, parang nagbo-volunteer tayo na i-extend yung group natin sa labas. So local school, sa hospital, or sa church. Nagkakaroon na tayo nagjo-join tayo sa mga group natin na yun yung mga dumadalaw sa hospital, na nagbibigay sila ng mga supportive measures, yung nag-join sila sa church group o dun sa yung dati mong mga local school, yung mga reunions ninyo. So yung mga middle-aged na adult, they go with this group of people and they go with this involvement in the social community. Ang task natin dito for generativity versus self-absorption and stagnation is intimacy, love, and affection. So without this, failure to resolve this, meron siyang isolation and the avoidance of relationship, being relationship including intimate relationship. So pagka hindi mo na ipas ang states na ito, na hindi ka dumaan doon sa states na wherein you are extending your social involvement, so nagkakaroon ka ng isolation, hindi ka lalabas, gusto mong mag-isa, o hindi ka i-avoid mo yung going to have a relationship with others, lalo na yung mga boyfriend-girlfriend relationship na starting nito. Yun, hindi ka na you don't want to include yourself or you don't want to involve yourself in avoiding these relationships. You are avoiding this relationship to happen. So nag-a-isolate ka. So ito yung number 6 kay Erickson. And number 7, yung adolescent stage, ang task dito is identity formation and a sense of self as an individual. So nagkakaroon tayo dito ng talagang identity formation na ako as being an adult is ako ito. So like let's say for example, ako si Annie, ako ito, ako ang dapat kong gawin, ito ako, my role and responsibility. I will know para hindi ako ma-confuse kung ano ang dapat kong gagawin. And the failure to resolve this, meron tayong, as I said, may role confusion, lowered self-esteem, and a poor self-concept. Nawawalan tayo ng pagkatao, pahalaga dun sa ating pagkatao, nalo-lower yung ating respeto sa sarili. So ito yung sa being an adolescent. Kaya nga tayo as in magulang, so during this time, andun yung talagang proper advices, guidance ng magulang to make this an adult individual to be an effective individual for as a human being. Yung integrity versus despair, ito na yung older adults na. And many older adults review their lives with a sense of satisfaction even with their inevitable mistakes. Kasi sabi nga natin from the start, binabalikan natin kung ano yung naging older na tayo now as we grow older. So tinitignan natin yung pinagdaanan natin, whether dito ba now, as in we are in these older adults now, ay nasatisfy ba tayo? Even doon sa naging mistakes natin dati doon, bumangon ba tayo doon? Others see themselves as failures, with their lives marked by despair and regret. Ayaw nating mangyari sa sarili natin ito. So kaya nga, dumadaan tayo doon sa stages ng development wherein dapat lahat ng stages na ito madaanan natin. You don't miss it, you don't skip it, kasi the point, pag dumating ka doon sa older adults, meron kang mga mistakes from the past na hindi mo na siya kayang i-correct. Okay, so older adults often engage in a retrospective appraisal of their lives. So yung pagdating mo sa ganitong stage, na pag-iisip-isip mo na kung ano na ba ako, ano na ba ang nangyari ko from the previous. I don't want to have yung mark sa sarili ko na I will live by my regrets, I will live by my mistakes. So they interpret their lives as a meaningful whole or experience regret because of goals not achieved. So ito yon na they interpreted their lives as meaningful whole or experience regret because of goals not achieved. So by going through the process of these stages, napag-alaman natin na dito at the end of this older adults, ay magkakaroon tayo ng meaningful life or we might experience a regret after those na napagdaanan natin. Because of this aging process creates physical and social losses. Some adults also suffer loss of status and function. Example, through retirement or illness. Yung pag tumatanda sila, nagre-regret sila na dapat ginawa namin noon. So, nang para ngayon, as we are in this stage, ay hindi kami mag-regret. So, kailangan you must be in the process to do all these developments to go through a proper wholesome individual after all. So these external struggles are also met with internal struggles such as the search for a meaning life. So, pagka tayo ay nagkakaroon ng despair, so binabalikan natin yung past natin and we are examining ourselves. Ano ba ang naging nangyari sa atin from the past? Meron ba tayong magiging experience which they brought us to the failure? And these external struggles, so nagsisearch tayo for what is the true meaning of life? What is the real meaning of life? Meeting these challenges creates the potential for growth and the basic strength of wisdom. So pagka na-meet natin lahat ito, so we will be creating the potential for growth and the basic strength of wisdom. Meron tayong magandang wholesome human being and meron din tayong makikreate natin yung basic strength ng wisdom. Meron tayong right or wrong. So yung conscience natin, parating nandun si conscience para magbigay sa atin whether we are in the right or wrong. Ang task natin with this stage 8 is the ego, integrity, wisdom, and the ability to participate in life with a sense of satisfaction. So during this time, dapat yung stage na to, meron tayong feeling of satisfaction, ma-full natin yung sarili natin na tayo ay yung buhay natin as a whole is a fruitful one. So meron tayong sense of satisfaction at the end of this. And failure to resolve this, magkakaroon tayo ng despair and feelings that life is without any meaning and without any sense of satisfaction. Ito na yung nagkakaroon tayo ng self-pity, yung pagkatapos na naisip natin lahat yun, na hindi natin nagawa ng maayos yung from the past of this stage, ay magkakaroon tayo ng self-pity na feeling natin meaningless yung life natin and wala na tayong satisfaction. So hindi natin nabuo, we are not complete with yung ating pagkatao. So, schema, sabi ni Jean Piaget, dun sa cognitive development of theory niya, may schemas na tinatawag. Sorry for this one. Okay, sorry for this. So we are in integrity and moving forward to Jean Piaget. Jean Piaget developed the cognitive development theory in 1896 and 1980. Si Piaget described his work as genetic epistemology. Yung example nito, yung mga origins of thinking. Genetic is the scientific study of where things come from the origin. Epistemology is concerned with the basic categories of thinking, that is to say, the framework or structural properties of intelligence. What Piaget wanted to do was not to measure how well children could count, spell, or solve problems as a way of grading their IQ. What he was more interested in was the way in which fundamental concepts like the very idea of number, time, quantity, causality, justice, and so on emerged. So dito kay Piaget, ang pinag-uusapan niya rito is yung kanyang mental development, cognitive, intellectual, yung pag-iisip niya ng may understanding. So sabi niya rito, as Piaget, yung the first psychologist to make a systematic study of cognitive development, his contributions include a theory of child cognitive development, detailed observational studies of cognition in children, and a series of simple but ingenious tests to reveal different cognitive abilities. Before Piaget's work, the common assumption in psychology was that children are merely less competent thinkers than adults. So Piaget showed that young children think in strikingly different ways compared to adults. And according to him, children are born with a very basic mental structure, genetically inherited and evolved, on which all subsequent learning and knowledge is based. So si Piaget, he believed na ang bata pa lang, pag pinanganak siya, it's because of yung kanyang genetics, ay inborn sa kanya, na meron siyang basic mental structure. Genetically inherited ito, hindi ito binibigay. But by the time passes, the more na dinadagdagan mo yung being cognitive ka, ay more na magiging subsequent learner ka and magiging knowledgeable ka at the end of everything. So, hindi siya naniniwala na yung children, sabi niya dito, yung children daw are more cognitive way than sa adult. So, as children are born with a very basic mental structure, so they are subsequent learner and knowledgeable based ito pagka sila ay tumanda na. There are two basic components to Piaget's cognitive theory. We have the schemas, the building blocks of knowledge. Ito yung adaptation processes that enable the transition from one stage to another. Yung equilibrium, assimilation, and accommodation. And we have the stage 2 of cognitive development. We have the sensory motor, the pre-operational, concrete operational, and the formal operational. Dito, pinag-usapan natin kanina, as we said, meron tayo yung schemas. Schemas are the basic building blocks of such cognitive models and enable us to form a mental representation of the world. So, sabi ni Piaget, he defined a schema as cohesive, repeatable action sequence possessing component actions that are tightly interconnected and governed by a core meaning. In more simple terms, Piaget called the schema the basic building block of intelligent behavior. A way of knowledge Indeed, it is useful to think of schemas as units of knowledge, building blocks. So it's relating to one sub-aspect of the world, including objects, actions, and abstract. When a child's existing schemas are capable of explaining what it can perceive around it, it is said to be in a state of equilibrium. Example is a state of cognitive, mental balance. Kailangan, dito kay Piaget, naniniwala siya na ang baby, pag inilabas mo siya, until he grows or she grows, meron siyang nag-start from genetic na intelligence. So meron na siyang building blocks na tinatawag na nandoon from the time na she was born or he was born. When a child's existing schemas are capable of explaining what it can perceive around, it is said to be a state of equilibrium, yun yung mental balance. And Piaget emphasized the importance of schemas in cognitive development and described how they were developed or acquired. A schema can be defined as a set of linked mental representations. Ito yung set of blocks na tinatawag natin of the world, which we use both to understand and to respond to situations. The assumption is that we store these mental representations and apply them when needed. Just like yung ating mga store knowledge, sabi nila meron tayong coconut shell. So pagka merong somebody is asking us for something in a logical way, in a logical thinking, kaagad sumasagot tayo. So ito, yung capability ng brain natin or thinking natin, yung thoughts natin, and that mental ability na para sumagot ng tama, naka-store doon. Para siyang merong block doon na storage ng iyong memory na pag kinailangan ka na may mag-ask sa'yo ng question for something related to something, masasagot mo in a logical way, in a more descriptive narrative way. So, merong cognitive development theory na ginawa si Piaget at ito yung stages of cognitive development. From birth to 2 years, sabi niya rito sa sensory motor stage, The sensory motor thought level has 6 substages. They are reflexes, yung pinag-uusapan natin kaninang mga reflexes. They are primary circular reactions, secondary circular reactions, coordination of reaction, tertiary circular reactions, and early representational thoughts. This level includes the development of the infant's and young child's ability to manipulate concrete objects. Yun yung mga from the young age ng bata, able na siya nag-manipulate yung mga building blocks. So meron siyang reflexes na pag nabuwal yung building blocks, may reflex siya kaagad na kaya niya itong buuin. So yung circular reaction niya na meron siyang primary na ano yung thinking niya from the first level to the second level, and co-coordinate niya yon to make a representational ng thought niya para mabuo yung isang thought sa ginawa niya from the beginning. Yung process sinusunod niya starting from dun sa mga reflexes niya. The main objective during this stage is object permanence, knowing that an object still exists even if it is hidden. It requires the ability to form a mental representation of the object. So yung pinag-usapan natin, parang yung mga Lego lang yan. So yung mental block is just like a piece of Lego block. So, nagfo-form yan one after the other, nabubuo yan and nare-restore sa a part of our brain na doon nagfo-form ng mental representation of the object. Kaya pag kami naisip kami, nagtanong sa iyo, naisip mo yung ganito, that nagre-represent doon sa box na yon, doon sa isang object na yon, yung isasagot mo doon sa individual. Number 2 is pre-operational stage, between 2 to 7 years. Language and vocabulary progressively develop. Ito na yung matatag ng magsalita yung bata na kung ano yung sinasabi niya ay co-coincide o related dun sa vocabulary na binubuo ng bata. Diba, yung starting from 2 years old, marami na siyang naririnig, na-imitate na language. So binubuo niya yon to make for himself a vocabulary that progressively develops in time. During this stage, young children are able to think about things symbolically. This is the ability to make one thing, a word or an object, stand for something other than itself. So pinag-usapan natin kanina as yung parang isang Lego lang, yung isang block na yon ay hahantulad niya dun sa isang object. So once na someone ask him for something, kaagad yun nagre-reflect dun sa kanyang utak yung object na yon, and then i-relate niya kung ano yung corresponding description ng object doon sa noong object dun sa kanyang thinking, sa kanyang thoughts. And thinking is still egocentric, and an infant has difficulty taking the viewpoint of others. So, yung mga baby, hindi ba alam natin na nahihirapan nga sila na nagtitake ng kung ano yung sinasabi mo. So, in that way, nag-uumpisa na sila from the birth till yung kanilang 2 to 7 years na na-develop na ito na yung object, ginagawa nila, nare-restore dun sa mind nila na itong object na ito ay may corresponding na description. Concrete operational stage, yung 7 to 11 years, ito meron na siyang magandang isip dito at nabubuo na yon. So ngayon, Piaget considered the concrete stage a major turning point in the child's cognitive development because it marks the beginning of logical and operational thought. dito nagsisimula na yung mas logical siyang mag-isip, mag-logical siyang mag-reason out. So yung operational thought niya na-i-enhance na, so nagkakaroon na siya ng matatag, yung may foundation na yung logic thinking niya. This means the child can work things out internally in their head. Ito na yung nandun sa loob ng utak nila rather than physically trying things out in the real world. Between these ages, the child is able to use logic and reasoning. Kaya nga meron tayong logical thinking and reasoning thinking. They have also developed their ability to solve concrete problems. Children can conserve numbers by the age of 6 and mass in the age 7 and weight in the age 9. Conservation is the understanding that something stays the same in quantity even though its appearance changes. Okay, so dito, pag sinabi nating conserve, conservative, conservation, yung nagkakaroon tayo ng kinoconserve natin yung ating yung something, yung object na kinonserve natin when we were 6, when we were 7, when we were 9, na nag-i-stay doon in the same way na nagiging yung quantity na yon ay even though yung appearance ng object na yon ay hindi the same doon sa numbers, ay nako-conserve natin doon sa thoughts ng bata. So yun yung kanilang tinatawag na concrete operational stage. Yung formal operational stage naman, wherein 11 years and over, the formal operational state begins at approximately age 11 and lasts until adulthood. During this time, people develop the ability to think about abstract concepts. Yun ang a little more extensive from the logical. And logically test hypothesis. Under normal circumstances, the child at 12 years of age should have developed the ability to solve abstract problems and to use complex thinking, logical, and reasoning. For example, yung mga 11 years and above, dito nakikita na natin, na-interpret natin dun sa bata ngayon, kung by this 11 years and over, nakikita na natin sila whether they are capable of yung mga logical reasoning. Dun sa klase na pag pinatayo mo siya, kaagad siyang merong thoughts about that subject matter, meron siyang logical thoughts, meron siyang kaya niyang reasoning thinking niya, and the ability to solve even the abstract problems. Yung a little more complicated than the logic and reasoning. Yung medyo mas mataas na ang level nito doon sa logic and reasoning only. So may abstract na she or he knows how to solve na, may ability na siya to solve that abstract problems. The last one is Kohlberg. So we'll discuss the moral development theory was founded by Kohlberg. Lawrence Kohlberg's stages of moral development, a comprehensive stage theory of moral development based on Jean Piaget's theory of moral judgment for children and developed by Lawrence Kohlberg in 1958. So makikita natin na si Piaget at saka si Kohlberg ay nag-working together hand in hand sila dito para ma-put ni Kohlberg ang stages of moral development based doon sa theory ni Piaget of moral judgment. Cognitive in nature, Kohlberg theory focuses on the thinking process that occurs when one decides whether a behavior is right or wrong. Thus, the theoretical emphasis is on how one decides to respond to a moral dilemma, not one not one decides or what one actually does. Ang theoretical framework nito consists of 6 stages arranged sequentially in successive tiers of complexity. Kailangan nito magkakasunod. He organized his 6 stages into 3 general levels of moral development. So, kinompak na lang niya sa 3. So, level 1, ang sabi niya rito is pre-conventional level. Ito, we are talking about the moral development now. So, ang pre-conventional level, morality is externally controlled. Rules imposed by authority figures are conformed to in order to avoid punishment or receive rewards. This perspective involves the idea that what is right is what one can get away with or what is personally satisfying. So, pinag-uusapan dito na kung ano yung rules na inimpose in order for you to avoid the punishment or to receive rewards. The involved idea dito, if what is right and what one can get away with it or what is personally satisfying. Kung ito ay tama yung iyong na-impose na order, so ito ay magkakaroon ka ng either na ito ay to avoid mo yung punishment or to receive rewards after all. So, ang pre-conventional level has 2 stages. So, dito makikita natin whether in these 2 stages ay what we can get away or what is personally satisfying with us. Yung stage 1 is punishment or obedience. Ito yung behavior is determined by consequences. The individual will obey in order to avoid punishment. Remember that. Dun sa punishment, pag merong inimpose na law or may inimpose na order, so ang behavior natin, ang consequence ng behavior natin is thinking natin pag inutos at inobey natin ay hindi tayo ma-avoid natin yung punishment. Okay? So, punishment and obedience. Pag inobey natin, so maa-avoid natin yung punishment. Whereas dito sa number 2, the stage 2, instrumental purpose orientation. Behavior is determined again by consequences. And that consequences is when an individual focuses on receiving rewards or satisfying personal needs. Ito yung merong instrumental na tinatawag. Yung merong kang somewhat pag binigyan ka ng rewards, either you will satisfy your personal needs or you will receive a satisfaction through receiving a rewards. So yung una is punishment obedience. You will avoid this punishment when you obey. And the second stage is, pagka ikaw ay pinokus mo doon sa receiving rewards, and the purpose of this is, you will be satisfied. Masatisfied yung personal needs. Ang level 2, conventional level, at the conventional level, conformity to social rules remains important to the individual. However, the emphasis shifts from self-interest to relationships with other people and social systems. The individual strives to support rules that are set forth by others, such as parents, peers, and the government in order to win their approval or to maintain a social order. So, pinag-uusapan natin ngayon dito is yung conformity. Ang conventional level is conformity to the social rules. Yun ay yung we need to support rules that are set forth by others. Kagaya yung magulang natin sa bahay, during the time na meron silang mga rules na ginagawa, house rules, let's say for example, so these house rules, kailangan na inimpose ng parents, we need to strive to to support the rules na para ma-obey natin, nang para hindi tayo ma-disobey, hindi natin sila ma-disobey. And this conventional level goes on the good boy, nice girl orientation. And the behavior is determined by social approval. The individual wants to maintain or win the affection and approval of others by being a good person. So pinag-uusapan natin dito is yung bang behavior dito sa conventional level, which is the conformity to the social rules, ay nagdi-determine ba ito ng social approval, whether yung i-maintain natin yung being as individual na maging affectionate and we need the approval of others na para sabihin nila na good person ako. Yun yung good boy, nice girl representation. Sa law and order representation, orientation, social rules and laws determines behavior. Yung kanina, dun sa good boy, nice girl orientation, ang nagdi-determine doon is the social approval. So dito sa law and order orientation, ang determine dito ay yung behavior. Yung behavior, the social rules and laws determine this behavior. Social rules and laws, kaya law and order orientation. The individual now takes into consideration a larger perspective that of societal laws. Moral decision-making becomes more than consideration of close ties to others. The individual believes that rules and laws maintain social order that is worth preserving. So yung law and order orientation, ibig sabihin dito, yung ating mga behavior or the behavior of those children na sila ay nagpa-follow dun sa social rules and laws. And when following these rules, they take into consideration yung larger perspective, yung society law. Kasi ito, law was given by a society. So ngayon, ang moral decision nito is making more than consideration of the close ties to society, to others. The individual also believes that itong rules and laws maintain social order that is worth preserving. Post-conventional is the level 3. At the post-conventional level, the individual moves beyond the perspective of his or her own society. Morality is defined in terms of abstract principles and values that apply to all situations and societies. The individual attempts to take the perspective of all individuals. So yung level 3 na post-conventional, it moves beyond yung perspective ko. So, it moves beyond the perspective of the society. Kung ano yung in-establish ng society na maging rules and laws, yun dun ang magiging value natin. And that will apply in that society, in that situation, kung ano ang dapat nating ibigay. The individual attempts to take the perspective of all individuals. Ito na yung buo. So, thinking niya, yung kinukuha niya yung perspective ng others, yung thinking ng others, ano yung nararapat for the majority. The social contract orientation, individual rights determine behavior. So, dun sa kanina natin, binasa natin doon, behavior, ang behavior doon is yung indicates yung the laws and order. So ngayon naman with the social contract orientation, ang individual rights determine yung behavior. Ang behavior dito, yung moral behavior dito, determining behavior through individual rights. Yung individual views laws and rules as flexible tools for improving human purposes. That is, given the right situation, there are exemptions to the rules. When laws are not consistent with individual rights and the interest of the majority, it does not bring about good for people, and alternatives should be considered. Ang sabi dito, kung given yung right situation, and there are exemptions to the rules, because some laws, as alam natin, there are exemptions to the rules. When laws are not consistent and with individual rights and the interest of majority, so it does not bring about good for people, and alternatives should be considered. So yung social contract, lumalabas ngayon yung being individual mo, being behavior mo, yung sa individual rights. Individual rights means kung ano yung kaalaman natin, kung ano yung choice ko, yun at rights na dapat kong sundin sa sarili ko, yun ang dapat masunod. But then, it does not bring about good for people. Kaya, ang ginagawa natin, we will make alternatives. Yung we will think of, we will consider others na magbibigay tayo ng alternative para sila ay mag-get along with that law. And in stage 6, universal ethical principle orientation. According to Kohlberg, this is the highest stage of functioning. However, he claimed that some individuals will never reach this level. At this stage, the appropriate action is determined by one's self-chosen ethical principles of conscience. So, meron dito ina-apply yung ethical principles of conscience. So, pag-aaralan natin in the later part, yung mga ethical principles of conscience. And these principles are abstract and universal in application. This type of reasoning involves taking the perspective of every person or group that could potentially be affected by the decision. Pag sinabi nating universal means for everyone, para sa lahat. If there is a standard or the rules and laws, there is a universal law. Iisang law para sa lahat. But according to Kohlberg, ito na yung pinakamahayas na functioning law. Functioning na moral theory niya. However, sabi niya, he claimed that some individuals will never get reached up to this level. And at this stage, yung appropriate action is determined by one's self-chosen ethical principles of conscience. Yung individual, yung self, yung kanyang chosen principle, yung konsensya ng individual ang papasok dito para mabuo dun sa universal. So that everyone can go along with this universal law. Mayroon tayong ethical, meron tayong code. Code of, just like code of conduct, code of professionalism, it's kind of ethical law na ito ay magiging basis natin para yung iba ay maapektuhan ng ating pagdidesisyon as individual. So meron tayong universal ethical principle orientation. So now we have done the first subjects. So I hope na naintindihan natin ito. Medyo complicated nga lang kasi yung sa mga developmental theory na to, growth and development, meron tayo dito kasing by the age bracket. Ano ba doon sa age bracket na yon na ginawa nung ating apat na development professors, doon tayo magdidepende na dapat natin ito makita natin as the child, yung from birth to the adulthood, ay makita natin kung tama ba itong mga stages na pinagdadaanan nila. So doon kay Freud, iba yung pinagdadaanan niya doon, yung kanyang psychosexual. Yun kay Erickson, ang pinagdadaanan niya kay Erickson ay yung uh, uh, psychosocial, let's go back to the first. Let's get wrapped up. Balikan natin yun dun sa una natin na may diagram kasi yon yung summary ng overall. Ito yon. Nakikita nyo ba yung summary na yan? Comparison of major developmental theory. So dito, ito yung pinaka-summary. Ito yung comparison between the four of them. Kay yung developmental stages, makikita natin dito from birth hanggang dun sa adolescent. Tapos makikita rin natin dito kung ano yung ikinontribute ng apat na ating developmental theory na mga professors. Si Freud, yung dinevelop niya na psychosexual development, and that stages na pinagdadaanan ng bata. Doon kay Erikson, yung psychosocial development niya, yung pinagdadaanan ng bata din, na regarding yung psychological, social, nung well-being ng isang bata from the birth up to the adolescent and the older. Yung si Piaget naman, cognitive and moral development. So napag-usapan natin itong mga sensory motor, umabot tayo ng mga formal operations, at si Kohlberg, yung the last one, moral development of reasoning. Ito yung kanilang reasoning thoughts, yung mga logical reasoning, abstract reasoning, at saka yung kanyang mga abstract, logical, at saka yung mga, ano pa yung thoughts niya doon? Logical, abstract, thinking niya, dun sa mga reasonings niya. So, mahihirapan tayo na as first-timer na narinig lahat ng ito, lalo na nakaka-confuse dahil dun sa mga age level. So, mag-umpisa tayo dun sa birth up to dun sa last. Sabi nga natin, merong pinagdadaanan ng mga stages. And once the children o yun dun sa during their growth and development, nahihirapan sila na dumaan sa ganito. So, meron tayong failure pag hindi natin nasunod yung tamang process during the stages. So, for us, na ngayon lang natin ito na-encounter, medyo mahihirapan tayo. So, confusing sa atin ito. Naintindihan ko kayo dahil nga sa first time ninyong marinig yung mga ito. Am I right? Na first time ninyo na narinig? Yes, okay. So mahihirapan tayo na intindihan at first. Pero we will give it to you. So ito yung pag-aralan ninyo at nang sa susunod na meron tayong mga quiz. So, meron tayong pag-uusapan tungkol doon, magku-quiz tayo, and right after the quiz, pag-uusapan natin, i-discuss natin kung tama ba yung ating in-answer doon sa ating quiz, kung mayroon tayong naintindihan. So far for now, hindi ako magbibigay ng quiz now, pero gusto kong tandaan ninyo na itong mga pinag-uusapan natin ay very vital ito. Very important ito sa pagpunta nyo in getting this course hanggang matapos kayo. So, do you want to have a break after this or we will just continue?
Break, ma'am.
Magbe-break tayo ng 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Sige, ma'am.
Mag-break daw sila, ma'am, saglit.
Thank you.
Okay, so lahat tayo, agreed tayo, 10 minutes break. So anong time natin? Mag-synchronize tayo. What time is it now?
10:25 na. 30 minutes na lang.
30 minutes na lang, ma'am.
30 minutes na lang.
Continue na. Continue na lang
Continue na
tayo.
lang daw, ma'am.
Decision diretso?
O ano, magto-toilet kayo, mag-iinom ng tubig. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Toilet lang.
2 minutes,
Okay.
toilet.
Get
Okay.
minutes.
2 minutes, toilet, water, kain.
Dun sa next presentation. Kaya pa? Oo nga daw eh. Diretso daw na. Sana yun. Sana ko dapat. Saan ba next? Ayan.
Natulog na yung 3 mo, ma'am, na estudyante.
Kasi ma'am, lalo,
Ay, nakaano lang
lalo na
pala.
yun sa Pilipinas eh.
Oo.
Present na, ma'am.
Iba to. Yan. So, kaya pa ma'am?
Kaya pa. Ano pa si Sheila, oh. Tingnan mo ang haba ng tulog ni Sheila. So, ang advice ko sa inyo kung class nyo 8 o'clock sa mga walang mga pasok, dapat umaga itinutulog nyo kahit mag-power nap kayo. Tapos, pagka klase nyo, at least meron kayong energy. Tama po, Ma'am Ann? Tama po, Ma'am Ann?
Yes, ma'am. Kasi
Pag
kung siyempre kung pagod na,
dapat nagpa-power nap kayo. Kahit 30 minutes na power nap, malaking bagay po yun.
hindi kagaya ng Zoom. Kumusta naman ma'am? Parang may echo.
Wala po. Sa dating dito, wala, ma'am. Baka
Wala.
yung lang, opo, baka dyan kulob sa inyo, ma'am. Nag-aano kayo echo.
So, kumusta naman ma'am ang ating pag-aaral?
Oo. Gusto pa nila. Tapos, may yung ibang lahi German. Kasi ako nakakausap sa kanya, ako nag-explain din sa medical coding. Gusto pumasok sa human resources sa akin. Sabi ko, hindi siya related sa medical coding. Do ka sa nursing aid o quality management. Sabi niya, I want to learn something there in human resources. Sabi ko, sige. Alauna daw bukas. Sabi ko, sige, alauna, kausapin kita. Oh my God. Yan.
Ayun ma'am. At least, in the Filipino community, siya. Socialize.
Oo. May isa nga ako kung kasamahan na na Morocco siya. Umattend din ng human resources ko. Naku, tuwan-tuwa. Magtatayo daw siya ng manpower.
Naalala ko nga ma'am, umuwi ako. Nitong umuwi ako, year ago na. So, regarding din sa quality, nung nakausap ko si Doktor, yung kinukwento ko mong ex ko doon sa FEU.
Oo.
So, nakausap ko siya. Sabi niya, bakit ka magtayo ng quality dito?
Talaga.
Sa Pinas. Ayun. Sige, pag uuwi.
Oo nga, dapat mapuntahan niyo po.
Oh, ma'am. Kasi yung dun sa atin sa Pilipinas kasi ma'am, parang hindi abreast dun sa quality natin dito.
Apo.
Lalo na sa healthcare.
Oo nga. Sana nga po makadagdag po tayo talagang Yun ang yun ang pinapanalangin ko. Tayo maging additional tayo doon.
Yes, ma'am. Yung punta ka sa ospital.
Oo. Magkaroon man lang tayo yung kahit man lang po yung yung parang apartment style na may mga clinic. Malaking bagay. Tapos may mga bed yung bawat clinic. Napakalaking bagay.
Kaya nga yung plan ng nurses, yung elite nurses. So, yun ang sana noon. Kasama kami
sabi mo nga po
sa quality side kami, sa nursing. Sayang hindi natin.
Oo. Ayan. So, sino na ang natira? Kanina 6 na kayo tapos nawala na yung 2. Tapos ngayon naka-off na yung 3. Si Sheila lang ang ano ngayon
Sila talaga.
Oo, si Sheila lang. Siya ang ano, ma'am, siya yung sinasabi ko sa'yo. Sabi niya, sabi niya kayo, idadrop niya daw yung etong ano niya. Tapos mag-aaral siya ng quality management sa inyo. Siya din yung teacher mo. Kahit hindi ka na umalis, siya pa rin teacher mo, okay? Siya. Tapusin mo yan, tapos pwede ka naman sumunod nun.
Siguro napubore kayo dun sa topic natin. Dun sa developmental theory, walang may gusto nito. Ako sa sarili ko, hindi ko gusto yung developmental theory, pero interesting siya. Lalo na ma'am, kung ikaw yung may anak. Yung nag-umpisa ka, so starting from yung birth, go through mo talaga yung stages.
Tsaka hindi rin, ma'am, kung sakali man yung magiging magiging pasyente mo is bata na mayroong kapansanan, malaking bagay na ano mo to.
Kasi nandun sa age na yun, within that age. Yung
Kasi ang
stage
pag-caregiving nyo, tatandaan nyo, hindi lang sa old age meron kayong child na caregiving.
Mula umpisa, mula
hanggang baby, infant. So dapat very particular kayo sa mga tinuturo. Talagang pakikinggan nyo siya mabuti. Kasi pwede kayong tanungin yung assessment na mangyayari sa inyo. Diyan kayo susubukan kayo diyan ng mga mag-i-interview sa inyo. So, make sure basahin nyo kung ano man, kung merong time na nakaligtaan nyo yung topic na yon, balikan nyo, basahin nyo kasi sinishare naman namin yung pinaka-topic nyo ngayon. So, basahin nyo lang. Kahit nga ako, tingnan mo, nakikinig ako. Natututo ako. Nagkaroon ng assessment, ma'am. Ha?
Ma'am, pwede bang mag-proceed na?
Oo, pwede na po. Mag-proceed na daw, ma'am.
Okay, mag-proceed tayo.
Oo, start na daw, ma'am.
Sige, para matapos natin. Actually, maikli lang naman ito
Opo, ma'am.
So, pag-uusapan natin ngayon, Maslow's hierarchy. Ito yung hierarchy of needs. Ano ba ang ibig sabihin nito? Yung Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a motivational theory in psychology by Abraham Maslow, comprising a 5-tier model of human needs, often depicted as hierarchical levels within a pyramid. From the bottom of the hierarchy upwards, the needs are, papakita ko sa inyo. So ito yung physiological, safety, love and belonging, esteem, self-actualization. Ito yon pag-uusapan natin, pero bibigyan ko muna kayo ng tawag dito. Umpisahan muna natin. Going back, sorry. So going back, bago ko i-discuss yung pyramid na sinasabi natin dito sa Maslow's, ang purpose nito is created this theory in order to track growth and development in human beings. He started with infants as it stands to reason their most basic needs are met. Yung food, water, shelter, and cleanliness. Hindi ba yung mga baby, kaya niya nasabi ni Maslow, is because yung starting from the baby ay yung mag-umpisa yung pinaka-basic needs ng baby natin. So meron siyang food, nag-umpisa siyang mag-breastfeeding or mag-bottle feeding, tapos kailangan niya ng water, ng shelter, ng cleanliness. So what happens when Maslow's needs are not met? So kailangan kay Maslow's, as we are going to pag-usapan natin yung kanyang hierarchy, yung pyramid, kailangan malaman natin ano yung importance nun at ano ang pwedeng mangyari pag yung hindi ito na-meet. What happens when Maslow's needs are not met? Maslow argued that the failure to meet certain needs at various stages of the hierarchy could lead to mental health issues and physical illness, particularly psychiatric illness or mental health issues. Individuals whose physiological needs are not met or become extremely ill. Individuals whose physiological needs are not met may die or become extremely ill. So when safety needs are not met, post-traumatic stress may occur. Nakita ninyo kung ano ang kaimportansyahan nito when hindi natin ma-meet yung buo doon sa hierarchy, yung buo sa pyramid. Ang mangyayari sa atin, number one, it will lead us to the mental health issues and physical illness. Magkakaroon tayo ng sakit, hindi ba, pagka hindi tayo kumpleto doon sa pagkain na lang, doon sa basic. So magkakaroon tayo ng sakit, di ba? So kung hindi man yon, magkakaroon tayo ng mental health issue naman. So kailangan natin ito masunod upang hindi ma-avoid natin na tayo ay magkaroon ng mental health issues and physical illness. Ito yung pinapakita ko sa inyo kanina na Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Nakita nyo ay kung ano yung pinakamataas at doon sa pinakamababa. Unang-una, yung physiological. Ano ba yung mga kailangan natin para doon sa physiological? Ano ba yung mga physiological needs na kailangan? Kailangan natin ng pagkain, kailangan natin ng air to breathe, kailangan ng water para sa ating kalusugan. So wala itong isa nito, that means to say magkakasakit tayo physically. So going to the second level, meron tayong safety. Okay, sa second level na safety, kailangan natin dito ng bahay. We need shelter to protect us. We must be stable in that shelter para hindi tayo magkasakit. The third level is the love and belonging. Ano ang kailangan natin to complete the love and belonging? Meron tayong need for love, meron tayong need to belong, at kailangan nating maging involved or maging nandun tayo sa isang pamilya. So kagaya ng pamilya, nandun yung sense of belongingness, andun yung sharing of love, at ganun din na i-share natin dun sa mga extended families. The fourth one is the self-esteem. Ano ang meron sa self-esteem? So we need it for the power, yung ating sarili, and the self-control, and the self-recognition. So ito yung mga self-esteem. Pag nawala itong self-esteem sa atin, so ano ang mangyayari? Failure of this will lead us to become isolated, to become depressed. So mawawalan tayo ng pag-asa sa buhay. And the first and the highest is the self-actualization. The self-actualization is the need for development, creativity, and the growth. So ito yung ating self-actualization. Kung ano yung magiging katuparan ng isang sarili. Here, makikita natin dito, doon sa pinag-usapan natin, from down to up. Being down is, the level is physiological needs. Ito yung ating mga basic needs na tinatawag. Yung physiological needs natin, napag-usapan natin yung food, water, yung ating shelter, yung ating rest, yung safety needs natin, security, safety, yun yung ating tinatawag na basic needs. Mga basic. Okay? Kung wala ito, so magkakaroon tayo ng physical and psychological, both. Sa belongingness at saka dun sa self-esteem, psychological needs na ito. ito na yung nagkakaroon tayo ng mental health problem. Pag yung sense of belongingness and love na wala sa atin, iniwanan tayo ng ating pamilya, iniwanan tayo ng ating mahal sa buhay. So, nagkakaroon tayo ng a sense of yung nadidisturb yung ating psychological sense. So yung self-esteem natin, yung prestige natin, and feeling of accomplishment, nawawala yun. So kailangan natin ng psychological needs na ito para mabuhay and to have that good psychological well-being. Ang self-fulfillment, yung pinakalas natin is self-actualization. Achieving one's full potential and including yung creativeness, yung activities mo. So lahat yung being a self-worth, yung individual self-worth mo. Okay? So itong Maslow's hierarchy natin ay 5 and to the first level, meron tayong physiological needs. Yung second is the safety, belongingness, and love. Number 4 is the esteem, self-esteem. And number 5 is the self-actualization, which being the highest. The levels that comprise Maslow's theory and the needs that are included as number 1 level, yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, physiological needs. Ano yung mga physiological needs na yon? As we go along, yung air, sleep, water, food, shelter. These are the first order needs that must be met continuously for the individual to be satisfied. So if any are not, so the person feels increasingly displeased. And this displeasure is the force behind the drive to meet these needs. So kinakailangan talaga, importante, sabi nga kanina ni Maslow's, from the beginning of infancy, from birth. So we need all of this to survive. So hindi tayo makasurvive when one of these are not in these physiological needs. Pag yung air wala, anong mangyayari sa atin? Masusuffocate ka, so by the end, mamamatay ka. Yung sleep, ganun din. If you are lacking of sleep, so hindi tayo makapag-isip, so yung ating memory, yung ating physical well-being, magiging sluggish tayo, we are going to be inactive, so magiging displeased ang ating personality, so hindi tayo able na makapag-perform ng ating mga physical activities. The same thing with water and the food. So pag wala ito, manghihina tayo. We will not be able to stand even. So hindi tayo kayang makatayo. So pagka nawala tayo, subukan natin na mawalan tayo ng water and food, siguro yung mga hindi sanay na kagaya ng kanin, hindi tayo po pwedeng walang kanin as the Filipino are. So pag wala tayong kanin sa isang araw, yung ibang tao ay hindi na siya magiging so actively involved sa mga activities. So the same thing with water, pag ikaw na-displease sa water, so madidehydrate ka. So hindi ka na makukulubot na yung mga balat-balat mo. So madidehydrate ka, magkakaroon ka ng imbalance ng iyong electrolytes. So bibigyan ka na dyan ng IV fluid, dadaling ka sa ospital, bigyan ka ng swero. So pagka shelter, the same thing, saan ka pupunta pagka may ulan? Saan ka pupunta pagka may bagyo? So you need a shelter to fulfill these physiological needs too. Safety needs. Ano ba ang mga kinakailangan natin to become safe? So sabi natin, this level immediately above physiological is safety, which helps to ensure the physical survival of the person. So pagka meron tayong safety as in yung shelter natin, yung house natin, na hindi tayo pwedeng mabasa during the time na may bagyo, may ulan, so that means to say, safe tayo doon sa ating loob ng bahay. And safety includes yung physical security, yung dun sa wala sa iyong magpi-physical harm, yung employment security natin. At this time of pandemic, napakarami nating insecurity regarding sa employment. Dahil sa economic crisis ngayon, so meron tayong employment security also. So ito is one of the safety na kailangan natin as the second level. So doon sa confidence that resources needed to meet the body's physiological needs will be achieved and so on. In short, the person wants to be sure that their physical well-being is protected. Pag sinabing safety, it means a protection from the physical harm, and dun sa ating employment naman na hindi tayo mawala sa employment, at kailangan natin na maging well protected. According to Maslow, only when needs included in these physiological and safety levels are met can someone attempt to do more on a day-to-day basis. Magiging productive tayo. Pagka na-complete natin ito at na-meet natin, so in our everyday life, day by day, magiging productive tayo at magiging well-protected tayo. Sense of belongingness or yung belonging and love needs. The belonging and love needs level on the third level is the beginning of interpersonal relationships and the overarching goal for meeting these needs is social belonging. So pag tinawag natin na belonging and love, ang pinag-uusapan dito ay yung interpersonal relationships natin. So meeting these needs is a social belonging. So such needs, it includes both friendships, family relationships, and intimate relationships, and with a partner of choice. The specifics of these relationships vary. Some seek larger social circles, yung naghahanap ng mas malaki pa o yung mas malawak pa na circle of friends, family, while others are content with the smaller ones. So dito sa belonging and love needs, kailangan natin yung family natin dito, yung friends natin, yung mga people around us. So sila yung nagbibigay ng kagalingan for us to have this, to fulfill our belonging and love needs. Maslow argues that it is crucial for humans to love others and be loved by others. So the absence of this love results in things like loneliness, anxiety, and depression. So pag wala itong lahat ng ito, nagkakaroon tayo ng feelings of yung nag-a-isolate tayo kasi wala tayong sense of belonging, wala tayong feeling of belonging. So na-isolate tayo, nagiging lonely tayo dito, nagiging anxious din tayo, at to the most is nadidepress tayo. So gusto ba nating maging depressed, maging lonely, maging anxious? So pagkakailangan, so kinakailangan natin na practicein natin ito sa ating daily lives upang ma-fulfill natin itong level 3. Number 4 level is the esteem needs. Esteem can be described briefly as the ability for someone to be comfortable in their own skin. So yung komportable ka ba na alam mo sa sarili mo na ako ito, pag ako ito, magagawa ko ito. So yung very comfortable ka na lahat ng gagawin mo ay mayroong katuparan. In addition to recognizing that they are competent and worthy of respect, people want to recognize their competence and respect them. Yung may worth tayo, pagka naglalakad tayo dyan sa kalye, yung tinitignan tayo ng tao na, si ganito, si X, ganito ay merong self-esteem. kasi siya yung worthy as very respectable, o worthy siya kasi nire-respect niya yung others, or competent siya sa sarili niya na siya ay isang respectable person, and people want others to recognize your competence. Yung kung ano man yung inyong sa sarili ninyo, feeling niyo na competent kayo in everything that you do. So yun yung may worth ng your self-worth na tinatawag, na may respect kayo sa sarili ninyo. So Maslow also differentiates between the two types of needs when it comes to esteem. So meron yung tinatawag na lower esteem and yung higher esteem. Pag sinabing lower, there is a need for respect from others. Yung sinabi ko nga sa inyo na tayo as individual, dapat meron tayong respect na makukuha from others. Yung binibigyan tayo ng prestige, binibigyan tayo ng attention, status, o yung fame mo. So ito, nakukuha natin ito from others. The need for respect from others is the lower esteem needs, the types of needs. And the higher, the need for respect from the self. Ito yung sarili na natin. So tingnan nyo yung higher, ibig sabihin, the most and the higher is from yourself. So ito yung nagiging free kayo, yung may freedom kayo, may independence kayo, may strength kayo na nakukuha nyo sa sarili ninyo. So both of these esteem are needed for both yung type 1 and type 2, yung lower and the higher. The highest most is the self-actualization needs. Maslow sums up this level as, what a man can be, he must be. So kung ano ka, gawin mong ikaw yun. So this level focuses on the person's full potential and their ability to reach that potential, or the desire to accomplish all that one can do to the best of one's ability. So yung kaya nating gawin as an individual to become a worthy person, ito ako, yung self-actualization ko. So ano yung mangyayari dito na kailangan kong gawin? So magiging accomplished ako in all what desire. And whatever is there, so all that one can do to do the best of one's ability. And these goals and accomplishment can include things like parenting. Kung halimbawa tayo ay nasa posisyon na may mga pamilya, tayo ay may mga anak, so in this in this level of actualization, yung self-actualization, nakikita mo rito kung paano kang magbigay ng, as a mother, as a parent, as a whole, as an individual, kaya mong magbigay ng kung ano ang makabubuti doon sa iyong pamilya. In pursuing goals, doon sa self-actualization mo, kung paano mong magiging self-worthy na ibibigay mo doon sa goals mo in achieving goals, kung paano mong ipursu ito for your own achievements, ito yung self-actualization mo. Magkakaroon ka ng empowerment sa sarili mo at mapufulfill mo yung talagang worthy as a person ikaw. So seeking happiness and personal fulfillment. Itong goal mo na ito na mag-seek ka ng happiness, maging masaya ka in everything that you do, nagiging masaya ka, at napufulfill mo yung personal na fulfillment in your well-being. Na all of this, pagka na-accomplish mo to, so gagawin mo itong goal para ikaw ay magkaroon ng self-actualization. So that, completes our, Maslow's hierarchy, and we'll go back for, to wrap it up. Magbigay tayo ng summary dito sa ating Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Okay, so we have the 5 Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And these 5 it summarized the three. For the basic needs, we have the physiological needs, which is the level 1, and the safety needs. And the second will be the physiological needs, which includes belongingness and the love, and includes also the self-esteem. And the last one, which is the highest one, is the self-fulfillment needs, yung self-actualization. So this comprises the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So tandaan natin na dito sa lima nito, without the other, so we will fail and we will have, failure to this will cause yung physical illness and mental disturbance. So kailangan in everyday natin, naiisip natin na sa araw-araw, mag-umpisa tayo doon sa physiological needs na makumpleto natin. Meron tayong food, may water tayo, may rest tayo, may want tayo. And the second, we'll go to the safety. Are we secured? Are we safe? And the third, belongingness and love. So nakapagbibigay ba tayo ng love? Nakapagbibigay ba tayo ng respect? Meron ba tayong intimate relationships? And the relationship within our family and the extensive family and the friends and the intimate persons that we have. And the last one is the self-actualization. The number 4 is the esteem, the self-esteem that comprises the psychological needs. Yung self-esteem natin, we must remember na meron tayong prestige, meron tayong feeling of accomplishment. As yung ginagawa natin ngayon, nag-aaral tayo to pursue this course, ay at the end of time, in the near future, maka-accomplish nyo yung goals ninyo na matapos ito. And self-actualization is yung self-fulfillment. Yung once na natapos nyo yung like this caregiving course, at the end of this, magiging self-worth ang sarili ninyo na nakatapos kayo ng isang course, nag-level up kayo, and you have achieved one's potential, yung mga creativeness ninyo, yung activities ninyo in your daily life. So to sum up all, ang Maslow's natin comprises of 5. Okay? And the basic 3. So tatandaan natin na itong 5 na ito ay need natin to complete our daily activities. Okay? So far, we have already completed this Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And if you need to proceed, meron pa tayong isa. So cultural diversity. If you want to have it continued, so hingin natin ang advice ni Ma'am Maricar.
Kung kasama po yan, ma'am, sa level 1, ituloy niyo lang po, ma'am. It's okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Oo, ma'am. Sige po, ma'am.
Yes,
Tuloy
ma'am.
niyo po.
Kasama.
Okay po, ma'am.
Ituloy natin, ma'am.
Apo, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay po. Just a minute. Jo, anak. Saan ako papasok sa PowerPoint ko dito? A minute. Parang na-off ako Parang na-i-off ko. Nag-off ba ako? Yung third ko na cultural diversity. Ayan. Doon sa third natin na slide. Yung orange. Okay, so we're going to start our cultural diversity. This is another topic in this course level 2. So we are going to talk about the cultural diversity. We should know what culture means. Culture is the values, beliefs, attitudes, languages, symbols, rituals, behaviors, and customs unique to a particular group of people and that are down from generation to generation, often defined as a set of rules because each culture provides blueprint for its standard of living. So the importance of culture, number one is culture development attitude. Culture gives a unique identity. Culture shapes the personality of community. The language the community speaks, the art form its host, the staple food, its customs, traditions, and festivities comprise the community's culture. Okay, ito yung pinag-uusapan nating culture. So, going forward, ang uniqueness of this culture is this culture is influenced by many things. Number one is physical characteristic. Ano ba yung mga physical characteristic ng isang culture? So, like for example, sa atin, so we have the influence from the Malay. So, yung physical characteristic natin is meron tayong mga flat na ilong. Hindi ba yan ang ating characteristic as physical characteristic ng Filipino? So, kapag yung ibang tao, sasabihin mo yung Americans ay ang tangos ng ilong nila. So, meron tayong distinct, unique characteristic ng bawat isa. Family life, ano ba ang mga unique culture natin in regards to family life? Hindi ba tayo sa Pilipinas, meron tayong tradisyon na meron tayong close-knit family? So, sa ibang kultura, wala yon. So, sa atin, as per yung unique na influence by culture, meron tayong family ties, close family knit ties. Socioeconomic status. Sa atin sa Pilipino, ang socioeconomic status natin, meron tayong mga difference. Meron tayong nasa high society, meron tayo dun sa mga low, at nandun tayo sa mga middle class. So sa ibang bansa, yung ibang kultura nila, meron din sila nito. So doon nakakapag-iba ng, they become unique in that sense. Religious beliefs. In different countries, different culture, different ang religious beliefs. So ang geographical location, magkakaiba din tayo ng location. Geographically, merong nandun sa North Pole, yun nandun sa yung nasa malalamig na lugar, kagaya dito sa atin, nandito tayo sa disyerto sa Middle East, ganon. Yung during dun sa education, ang unique dun sa culture natin sa education, almost all, sabi nga dun sa nabasa ko is 95% for Filipinos knows how to speak English. So at least yun ang uniqueness ng kultura nating Pilipino. Unique tayo because marunong tayong magsalita ng English. Even yung mga hindi nag-aral o hindi nakatungtong o nakatapos, marunong sila kahit sumagot ng yes or no o ng thank you. Occupational wise, ang uniqueness natin, most of us, binansagan tayo na the best and the most important human resource exports. So tayo yun as Pilipino, marami tayong mga exports as human resource. So tayo yun. When it comes to occupation. ang life experiences natin, it varies, pero unique ang Pilipino kasi meron tayong uniqueness doon sa mga barrio setting, doon sa mga urban setting, doon sa setting ng life experiences when they are in Benguet. So, yun dun sa life experiences ng mga taong naninirahan sa tubig. So, yun ang mga uniqueness ng cultures. Understanding cultural diversity. Dito makikita natin yung difference between the culture and diversity. The culture, it sets of common beliefs and practices that a person shares with the group. So, yun dito sa diversity naman, it relates to individual and groups with different socio-economic backgrounds. Okay, sa culture, the values, beliefs, attitudes, languages, symbols, rituals, and costumes unique to a particular group of people, and that is passed down from generation to generation. So, and the third is cultural identity is where people recognize where they belong. Halimbawa tayo, bakit nasabi na ito? So kung saan man tayo lugar napunta, nare-recognize nila na yung cultural identity natin is we are Filipinos. Kasi dito, doon pag napunta tayo, like for example, nandito tayo sa Middle East, nandito tayo sa UAE, na meron tayong cultural identity as Pilipino tayo kasi nadidistinguish nila na yung mga Pilipino ay kumakain ng ganitong klaseng food. And alam nila na pag kumain ng ganitong tao, so they are relate it na doon sa culture natin ay Filipino tayo. So pag tinawag naman na diversity, ito yung relates nga to individuals and groups with different socioeconomic backgrounds and physical capabilities who engage in a variety of languages. People of all ages, genders, races, ethnicity, and sexual orientation. So, pag-usapan pa natin ang about ng culture and diversity. So, concept of culture, meron siyang topical culture, na pag sinabi ito, it describes kung culture consists of everything on a list of topics or categories such as social organization, religion, and economy. So yung culture din, nakakategorize siya pag topical. Pag yung mga topics na pinag-uusapan natin like yung ano ba yung meron tayo sa embassy. So meron tayong mga social organization and the religion groups and economic progress na topical culture ang tinatawag. Historical, pag yung culture is social heritage or tradition that is passed on to future generation. Pag sinasabing historical culture, yun yung mga culture natin na magmula pa nung kanununuan, alam na natin na si Jose Rizal, it will pass on dun sa bago nating generation ngayon na ganito yung turo sa like let's say yung kanilang Rizal course na meron tayong El Filibusterismo, yung mga ganun ang mga social heritage na culture as social heritage na pass on to the future generations. Behavioral, culture is shared, learned human behavior is a way of life. Kagaya nating mga Pilipino dito, meron tayong behaviors na different from the other. In a way na nakikita ng mga tao na itong mga group of Filipinos, they are Filipinos because of this behavior. Like for example, ano ba ang behavior na unique sa ating Pilipino na nakikita nila? Very respectful daw ang Filipinos. Am I right? Tayong mga Pilipino, kahit na hindi natin kilala, mas maliit sa atin, mas mababa, mas mataas sa atin, pantay-pantay when it comes to respect. So yung behavior na nakikita nila sa Pilipino, masyado raw tayong marespeto. Okay, so that is one of the behavioral culture that comes from a Filipino culture. Normative, culture that is ideal, that denotes with ideas, values or rules for living. Ito yung mga binavalue natin, normative value natin na ginagawa natin na as a Filipino individual. Ano ba yung mga value na yon? Number one, as I said, for that behavior, yung respect. Meron tayong respect. Filipinos are being known for being a respectable person. So ito yung culture natin na nagiging behavioral and normative. Functional. When culture is the way humans solve problems of adapting to the environment or living together. Yung functional tayo means to say na kung paano yung a group of individual people nakikita ng mga tao na ito yung kultura ng Pilipino na marunong tayong dumiskarte sa buhay na hindi natin nakikita sa ibang culture ito. Only, sabi nga, only with Filipinos. Marunong tayong dumiskarte. Okay, so adapting to the environment and while living together. Mental culture is a complex of ideas or learned habits that inhibit impulses and distinguishes people from animals. Ito yung meron tayong culture, hindi lang sa Filipinos, and other culture na meron tayong different mentalities. So we are different from the animals. Kaya nga binigyan tayo ng wisdom na marunong tayong mag-produce ng ideas, ng mga informations, makipag-share tayo. So when it comes to structural, culture consists of patterned and interrelated ideas, symbols, and behaviors. Nagkakaroon yung culture na concept ng structural kasi meron tayong sinusunod na mga batas, meron tayong sistema, meron tayong sinusundan na pattern para tayo ay merong maging isang magandang Pilipino. Symbolic tayo, culture is based on arbitrarily assigned meanings that are shared by a society. Meron tayong concept culture na symbolic in nature. Halimbawa, yung logo as in Filipino. Ano ang nasa logo ng Filipino? It's a symbolic of a flag. And that flag, it symbolizes yung three islands of the Philippines. So nandun yung concept of culture symbolizing yung flag natin, the Philippines, in a symbol of a flag. Okay, so yan yung mga concept of cultures. Ang concept of culture also, they can be into types. There is a culture of culture, a shared assumptions, and a value. A culture is a unique pattern of shared assumptions, values, and norms that shape the socialization, symbols, language, narratives, and practices of a group of people. And shared assumptions, underlying thoughts and feelings that members of the culture take for granted and believe to be true. So ito yung mga shared assumptions natin na pagka nag-usap-usap tayo together with other nationality, meron tayong na-share na mga thoughts natin, na mga values from our Filipino values. Yung mga feelings natin na i-share nila and believe to be true. Siyempre, lahat ng sasabihin natin ay dapat magiging, we know that it will be true, believed to be true by the others kasi from us, it is true. Ang value is the basic belief about something that has considerable importance and meanings to individuals and is stable over time. Ito yung value natin from the beginning of time, magmula pa tayo nung isinilang hanggang nung lumaki tayo up to this time, meron tayong value. So, meron tayong moral value na tinatawag natin na ito yung natutuhan natin from our forefathers, kay lolo, kay lola, na pass dun sa mga parents natin, at hanggang ngayon ay pinapractice natin. So what are the values? As we said dun sa mga examples natin kanina, dun sa behavioral natin na concept ng culture, ang value natin is number one yung respect. meron tayong respeto. So mababa man, maliit, matanda, o walang pinag-aralan or may pinag-aralan, we value them. So we have the elements of culture. Yung language, narratives, and practice. Pag language, yun yung sinishare natin ng mga vocal sounds, paano tayo nagsasalita, paano tayo sa kanilang nagre-written signs, paano yung mga gestures na ginagawa natin. It's a culture of language. Yung narratives, the unique story, yun yung nagkukwento tayo. Kinukwento natin yung about dun sa Pilipinas, ano ba ang mga legends, alamat ng Pilipino, ano ba yung myth, yung pag myth sa Tagalog is yung mga parang kwentong hindi nakakapaniwala. Okay? So, yun mga ninanarrate natin as a part of our element sa culture. Yung practices natin, meron tayong practices, yung taboo na tinatawag natin, culturally forbidden behaviors. Yung ang tinatawag na taboo, yung hindi tayo yung practice natin na pinagbabawal. Hindi ba marami din tayong practice as a Filipino in a culture of Filipinos na pinagbabawal natin na hindi ka dapat na mag-asawa during the dalawa kayo na magkasukob sa isang taon. So those are culturally forbidden behaviors. Taboos ang tawag nila. Ceremonies, when we practice those ceremonies, they elaborate and formal activities designed to generate strong feelings. Doon sa ceremonies na nagpapakita ng kultura ng Pilipino, yun yung pinapakita natin, yung mga formal activities natin, like yung mga during the wedding period, during the baptismal, yun meron tayong ceremonies na as culture of Filipinos na pinag-iingatan natin. We have the basic characteristic of culture. Ano ba ang nandito sa characteristic ng culture? Paano ba nating ma-define ang characteristic niya? So meron tayong apat na culture characteristic. So we have the culture learned, culture is shared, culture is in social nature, and culture is dynamic and constantly changing. Yung number 1, sabi niya, if culture is learned, it is taught to others. Yun yung mga kultura ng Pilipino na pwede nating ipamahagi o ituro dun sa atin, sa ibang lahi. Nakasama natin like in the workplace, marami tayong ibang nasyon na kasama. So pwede natin silang turuan ng kultura natin. And children learn patterns by imitating adults and developing attitudes accepted by others. So itong culture is learned, mahirap itong magturo tayo sa iba na hindi natin dapat na ginagawa. Sabi nga, kailangan we have to practice what we teach. So kailangan kung ano yung tinuturo natin na nagagawin ng iba, dapat ay alam natin na sa sarili natin ay ginagawa natin itong tama. Maging idolo tayo dun sa ibang tao pag nagtuturo tayo. Like the children, ito nai-imitate nila from the beginning of time. Tayo, kung paano tayo ngayon, is kung ano yung mga attitude natin is what we imitated from our parents. So ito yung ituturo natin sa others. Culture is shared. Common practices and beliefs are shared with others in a cultural group. Sa ating workplaces, hindi ba may mga common practice tayo and beliefs na na-share doon? Ano ba like for example, ano yung culture? Ano ba yung kultura na pinapractice natin na pwede nating i-share? Yung pagmamano natin. One of those is yung pagmamano sa matatanda. Hindi ba ito is na ipapas natin dun sa mga bata na hanggang tumanda na kagaya natin, ginagawa natin itong practice na to. So, isinishare natin itong Filipino culture na beliefs na practice natin, and yung mga beliefs natin sa Filipino culture natin, like uh, um, na wag tayong mag-aasawa ng sabay sa taon. So ipinapas din natin ito na dapat na hindi susundin. Hindi natin alam whether this one, kung susundin ba natin, ay okay ba ang magiging end nito o ang resulta nito, or pagka hindi natin ito sinunod, ano ang mangyayari, or pag susundin natin, ano ang consequence after this. Yung culture is in social nature. Individuals in the group understand appropriate behavior based on traditions that have been passed down from generation to generation. Ang culture dito is social in nature kasi ibig sabihin niya yung mga tradisyon natin, yung moral values natin na nagiging tradisyon. Like for example, ang one of the moral values natin as Pilipino is yung pagkakaisa, nagtutulungan, very helpful to each other. Kahit na anong hirap ng isang taon, nakukuha natin silang tulungan. So ngayon, yung tradisyon na ipapass down natin from generation, meron tayong hindi ba bayanihan? Yun yung isang mga tradisyon natin na nakakatulong tayo not only in a group of person, do sa community. Kasi itong the whole person na ito, the group of person na to, ay pag sila nagkasama-sama, they will do the bayanihan thing. So ito yung tradisyon na ipapass down nila na until yung from generation to generation ay napapractice. Okay, so culture is dynamic and constantly changing. New ideas may generate different standards of behavior. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Yung dynamic in nature, ang ideas natin is maraming sanga-sanga na doon throughout of our behavior ay nagkakaroon tayo ng culture na pwede natin tong i-change in the future. Just like for example, meron tayong isang idea na ang idea na to ay dapat hindi ito mababali. O gagawin natin na ang idea nito is for example, idea na dun sa isang group natin magkaroon tayo ng team building ng isang group of Filipino people. So itong dynamic system of being in a group ay kailangan merong constant changing in form of ideas. Magge-generate tayo ng new ideas, magge-generate tayo ng mga new information para magkaroon tayo ng standard of this culture. So by the time passes by, meron talagang constant change. Kaya nga sinasabi natin parati na yung constant change might change. Everything has changed. Yung constant change. Okay, go forward. Cultural diversity. Ano bang ibig sabihin ng cultural diversity? Kanina pinag-usapan natin yung culture. Ang ibig sabihin yung mga ideas, yung beliefs, mga tao, kung ano yung tradisyon. Ngayon, yung cultural diversity. What is cultural diversity? It is a range of different societies. Ito na yon. Hindi na yung culture lang ng isang particular country. It's a diversified culture. It ranges to different societies or peoples with different origins, religions, and traditions, all living and interacting together. So, ibig sabihin, tayo, in a workplace natin, ay may cultural diversity. Meron tayo ding cultural diversity dito sa UAE. Why? Because different nationalities, we have different people of different countries. We have different origins from different country nga tayo. Tapos different religions pa tayo. And yung traditions natin ay different din. But we all live and interact together in one place. So ito, napapractice natin yung cultural diversity when we have a place like yung workplace natin, yung ating dito sa UAE na nandito sa country na to. So we have a cultural diversity that we practices here in the UAE and in our workplaces. The representation in one social system of people with distinctly different group affiliations of cultural significance. So alam na natin ngayon ano yung culture at ano yung cultural diversity. Okay? So, alam natin yung culture, yun yung mga beliefs, yung tao, yung norms, at yung diversity naman is yung different society, different country, different religion, different tradition that we all living together and interact together in one cause. Nandito tayong lahat, we are all living together in a cultural diversified community. Diversity may either be understood as variety, which all people are regarded as unique individuals, or as difference, in which specific groups of people are regarded as being different with respect to a dominant group. Ito yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, na pagka nandito tayo sa isang diversified culture, ay yung ating individual na mga beliefs, na ating mga tradisyon, kung ano man ang ating moral values, na i-share natin dun sa mga taong they have their own different beliefs, different culture. Diversity is about learning from others who are not the same, about dignity and respect for all, and about creating environments that encourage learning from others. Natututuhan natin, di ba, pagka magkakasama tayo sa workplace, kung ano yung culture niya, sinishare mo yung culture mo, may natututuhan ka. Kaya nga doon sa number 1 natin doon sa culture characteristic, culture is shared, being taught. So diversity makes a rich tapestry, and we must understand that all the threads of the tapestry are equal in value no matter what color. So dito may respect tayo in all areas of, or in all person that we are in contact with, yung different nationalities sa workplace. Siguro isipin natin ilan ang nationalities in a workplace na kasama natin. Siguro meron 5, merong 10, di ba? Napakarami yon na diversified countries, diversified nationalities. So, but yung bottom line nito, merong equal value, merong tayong equality. The bottom line is there is equality and unity of all the people within the group. Okay? So, going forward, diversity, according to researchers, they have gone too farther to define diversity in primary and secondary dimensions. Yung primary dimensions, yung tinatawag nila na being, yung well-being, the age, the ethnicity, the gender, physical abilities, quality, race, sexual orientation, shapes, or our basic self-image, and the most impact on groups in the workplace and society. Ito yung primary dimensions. Yung secondary naman, it includes our educational background, geographic location, income, marital status, religion, work and beliefs, and work experiences. So dito sa secondary, meron na siyang level na nandito na i-share na natin sa kanila in a workplace natin yung ating educational background, yung geographic natin na location, yung income natin, yung marital status natin, religious beliefs, and the work experiences. This impact our self-esteem and self-definition. Dito sa secondary, pagka kayo nandun sa isang meeting, just like ours, before we started the meeting, we introduce ourselves. So dito, ang purpose dito is just to know or just to know the others na within the group kung ano ba ang meron sa kanila. So within that group, nandun tayo para magkaroon tayo ng kung paano natin sila makausap, kung how to communicate them doon sa within the group. So dito pumapasok yung secondary dimension ng diversity. Managing cultural diversity and inclusion. Sa cultural diversity, it encompasses the full mix of the cultures and subcultures to which member of the workplace belong. In an organization, there is an organizational goals for managing cultural diversity. Yung it includes niyan yung mga legal compliance. Pag pumasok tayo sa isang trabaho, binibigyan tayo ng rules. At dito, nandito nakabalot yung mga legal compliance natin. Ano ba ang dapat nating sundin dito para maging isang competent tayo or effective na individual doon sa within doon sa workplace? Yung kailangan sundin natin yung mga legalities. Or else, sabi nga, once hindi tayo sumunod, meron tayong consequence na punishment or mga disciplinary actions. Creating a positive culture for employees. Kailangan within this employees workplace, kailangan meron tayong positive culture. Yung wala tayong negativity, na hindi tayo pwedeng mag-gossip, hindi tayo pwedeng magdala ng rumors. So, kailangan lang ng positive impact para dun sa magkaroon ng positive culture for all employees. Create greater economic value for the organization. So, we don't want our organization na magkaroon ng reputation na pangit. So, as a cultural diversified community, kailangan natin na magkaroon tayo ng unity, magkaroon tayo ng magandang reputation para dun sa isang company kasi it promotes or it brings greater economic value for the organization. Pag maganda ang reputasyon ng mga manpower, maganda ang reputasyon ng pagsasama ng bawat tao in a different culture. The importance of the culture diversity. Societies are increasingly diverse or are increasingly capable of admitting the diversity which has always existed within their national borders. So tayo, kailangan na importante dito ay we will have a know-how kung paano ang capability natin na maging kumporma tayo doon sa nakikita nating cultural diversity sa isang company or sa isang place na pinagtatrabahuhan natin. Secondly, the persons and groups have varied, plural, and dynamic identities. So napag-usapan natin kanina, as we mentioned, yung individual nating person and a group of individual na meron tayong meron tayong group of cultural Filipino culture. So ito yon na nagpo-provide tayo ng dynamic identities doon sa buong grupo natin sa isang workplace. Susunod is, the third one is, it provides the opportunity to people to share their ideas. Ang importance ng cultural diversity is yun dun sa culture is shared. So nag-share tayo ng mga beliefs natin, ng mga traditions natin, and the same thing with the other person and the other nationality, nag-share din siya ng ideas niya na para sa atin. Transfers knowledge and experience. Yun nga, ang sinabi natin, meron tayong kinukuha na experience sa kanila, na knowledge sa kanila, and the same thing, nakukombine natin yon and we work harmoniously within that period and within that group of people. It provides advantage to minority groups. So nagkakaroon din tayo ng advantage dun sa mga tao within our minority groups. So lahat ng ginagawa natin when we talk about our costumes, our beliefs, our traditions. So the same thing with them, nagbibigay tayo ng advantages within our minority groups. Issues related to cultural diversity. Ito yung nagiging problema natin. Ano ba yung nagiging issue natin doon sa workplace natin na related sa cultural diversity? Meron tayong number 1 is tension among staff. So pagka tayo bago dun sa ating company, 'di ba? Nagkakaroon tayo ng parang tension dahil hindi mo siya ka-Pilipino. It's good if it happens to have ng mga Filipino workers within that company na hindi ka masyadong matitense. But dito, doon usually nangyayari may tension among staff. So that is the number 1 na issue regarding the cultural diversity sa workplace. Secondly, meron tayong distrust of anything new. Bago tayong dumating doon sa ating group of people na kasama sa workplace, so ang tendency natin is wala ka munang pagkakatiwalaan. So lahat ng bago na nakikita mo, hindi ka magtitiwala eh. So you have to build that trust muna bago ka magtiwala. And you will find the person to give your trust para mabigay mo yung full trust mo at nang hindi mo madistrust yung lahat ng nakikita mong bago. Lack of familiarity. Once you are in a new place, at new ka doon, so ang magiging mangyayari doon sa diversified culture is nagkakaroon ka ng lack of familiarity. Nevertheless, bago ka doon, so therefore, talagang bago ka, mayroon kang lack of familiarity. So ang mangyayari sa sarili mo, kailangan maging familiar ka, you yourself, mag-initiate ka sa sarili mo na maging familiar dun sa isang bagay na hindi mo pa alam. Gossip and rumor. Ito yung pinakamabigat, pinakamabigat na issue na nare-relate natin sa cultural diversity. Sinasabi dun sa mga nakakausap ko na yung lack of, gossip and rumor daw, meron kasi daw nangyayari na nare-regroup yung mga tao within dun sa company. So, kung totoo o hindi dun sa mga company, nare-regroup yung Filipino is Filipinos. Yung a group of Indians, a group of Indians. So pagka sila nagkasama-sama, behind the door or behind each other's back, ay nagkakaroon ng gossip. I hope tama ba yon o hindi. Okay? So kung tama man yon o hindi, it is an issue related to cultural diversity. Meron daw kagaya dun sa workplace namin, tinatawag kaming Filipino Mafia. Okay? Kasi nakikita daw nila, lalo na sinasabi nila, ang mafia boss daw, si Ma'am Annie. Si Ma'am Annie yung Filipino boss, yung Filipino Mafia na boss nung Filipino. Okay? So ito is just yung an example na nagkakaroon ng gossip and rumor na pag may gossip, sinasabi nila galing doon sa isang mafia o yung isang group of people. So yon. So and naalala ko nga dito, just to give you something an special example, during the time nagkaroon ng malaking rumor, gossip. When you say gossip and rumor, it is not true, it is a lie. Okay, so nagkaroon ng malaking gossip dun sa ospital. So, sabi nila, yun daw gossip na yon nanggaling doon sa pinamumunuan nung Filipino Mafia. So, yung boss na si Miss Annie, yung mafia boss, ay ganito daw, ganito, ganito. Gossip. It's a gossip. Hindi totoo yon. So, you know what? What happened? Nakakatawa kasi pinatawag ako ng general manager. You know what happened next? Pinagawa ako ng policy about gossip. So, yun na nakakatuwa doon. Imaginein mo, nagpagawa siya ng policy about gossip. Gossiping policy. So, yun. Gossip and rumor is one of the issue related to cultural diversity. Pag nagkasama-sama yung mga group of nationality, siguro na meron silang pinag-uusapan. Yung nation-specific workplace environment. Doon sa nation-specific workplace environment, kagaya nga nung nasabi ko, nagkakaroon tayo ng individual group. And that individual group, yung group of like yung nationality na yon, so meron silang specific workplace environment. Parang nahahati. So hindi lahat o hindi sa buo ng isang kumpanya, lalo na kayo merong equal divided yung inyong mga nationals, ay nagkakaroon ng workplace environment according to yung nationality. So pagka nagkaroon nito, it is one way na related issue. Kasi nagkakaroon sila ng doon nag-i-sprout yung mga gossip and rumor, yung tension among the staff, yung nagkakaroon ng bullying dun sa other group. Parang ganun ang example doon. Yung unequal dialogue, pagka yung doon sa within the workplace, yung issues natin related to cultural diversity, yung pagdadialog natin when it comes to communication, kung minsan hindi equal, hindi tama yung sinasabi natin in an opposite national. So, kung halimbawa sinasabi natin na yung si ganon, yung nationality niya kasi yung nakikipag-usap ka and you are directing, binubuo mo or sinasabi mo, binabanggit mo yung name of their country. So, wag natin siyang bubuuin in a way na pag nakikipag-usap tayo, it should be equal and the communication must be transparent and clear. Low staff retention rate. Bakit? Issue ito kasi pagka nagkakaroon ng hindi maayos na hindi napapractice yung isang cultural diversity in a community, in a workplace or in a community, in a workplace per se, yung low staff retention, yung mga staff nag-aalisan. So, hindi sila nami-maintain na mag-stay doon kasi parang feeling nila hindi sila walang worth yung capacity nila, ability nila na magtrabaho doon. So, yung mga staff na they are thinking of going out of that company para umalis sila doon, mahinto yung yung kanilang cultural diversity na hindi pinapractice, and then itong staff, parang hindi na siya makakatagal doon kasi of that environment, so aalis siya. So dun sa HR, meron tayong retention rate. So yung mga umaalis na yon, marami sa umaalis cause ng cultural diversity. Cultural silencing. Ito naman yung minsan, pagka naman yung isang tao or a group of people, tahimik sila, so parang binubuli sila nung kabilang culture, kabilang national. So, nagsa-silence na lang sila. So, so ang result dito is they are not becoming productive in their workplace. So, being a silent means, yung silencing nila, hindi na sila nakakapag-produce ng effective work doon na yung production nila ng work is not very effective anymore. So ngayon nangyayari doon, so gagawin ng company pagka nagsa-silence sila or something, so hindi ka na nila ipo-promote, hindi ka na nila bibigyan ng ng appreciation. So yun yung cultural silencing. When it comes to falling standards of service quality, so dito natin nakikita na yung pag hindi na tayo gumagawa ng ating we are not productive in our workplace, so nag-fail na tayo dun sa quality ng standard na ibinibigay noong services doon sa ating company. So in this way, nagfo-fall tayo sa standard at hindi natin hindi tayo nag-work harmoniously within that cultural diversity. Last is tarnishing company's reputation. So anong ginagawa natin pag nagkakaroon tayo ng cultural diversity? So meron tayong tinatarnish natin yung ating company's reputation in a sense na nagkakaroon ng bad reputation yung ating company sa labas. So sasabihin nila, yung company na yon hindi maganda, they are not working together, they are not practicing this cultural diversity. So yung reputasyon ng company nakasalalay dun sa based dun sa mga people in different nationalities. So all of this, paano natin siya ngayon mabibigyan ng to solve the problem of cultural diversity? What are the steps to strengthen diversity? So, meron dito nakalist. So, tignan natin kung paano natin dun sa mga sinabi nating issues related sa cultural diversity, kung pwede ba nating magamit itong steps na ito to strengthen diversity. Okay, number 1 is to develop a network. When it comes to developing a network, we as a company's worker, employees, so we have to come into a unity. Magkaroon tayo ng isang pagkakaisa ng lahat ng individual na worker na different nationalities, different culture, different background, na magkaroon ng isang buong network. So once we develop this, magkakaroon tayo ng mabigat or strong diversity culture within our workplace. Establish a forum. Pagka tayo nasa meeting o meron tayong hindi pinagkakasunduan sa within our workplaces, doon tayo magkaroon ng open forum. Pwede tayo doon mag-call tayo ng for discussion or open meeting para open up natin lahat ng ating nasa sa loob. Any problems that we have encountered doon sa ating mga counter yung ating mga other nationalities. So magkakaroon tayo ng open forum. In that way, magkakaroon tayo ng open-mindedness or openness sa bawat isa. Create a center. So meron tayong center na ipino-focus. Kailangan dito to strengthen diversity, meron tayong isang program o dun sa program na ito na ifo-focus natin yung ating gawain. Like for example, ano ba yung mga plans and programs natin para dun sa company. So dun tayo, mag-focus tayo in that, we'll make it as the center of our focus nang para hindi tayo ma-deviate. So only in that point na ma-strengthen natin. Conduct a conversation. Kung napag-usapan natin kanina, as I mentioned, yung isa dun sa mga example ko, yung nagkaroon ng Filipino Mafia. So merong individual individual group of individual nationalities. So doon, mag-conduct tayo, mag-initiate tayo, pagka hindi na maganda yung atmosphere or yung environment, we have to conduct a conversation. Mag-open up tayo, mag-initiate tayo ng conversation dun sa feeling natin, yung individual within that nationality ay nagkakaroon ng conflict or hindi magandang pagkakaisa sa atin. Foster diversity in the media. So sometimes yung media ginagamit natin na medium para doon natin ma-focus how to strengthen our diversity doon sa workplace natin. So gagawa tayo ng isang advertisement or isang announcement as a media nang para doon makikita na may uniqueness yung bawat individual or yung bawat nationality, kung ano man yung kanilang culture, yung kanilang tradition, kung ano man ang background nila. So magkakaroon tayo ng ma-introduce yung cultural diversity through that media. And celebrate diversity. Once in a while, nagkakaroon tayo ng events or ng get together within our workplace. So doon natin i-celebrate yung cultural diversity that we have in a workplace. Yung mga Filipino, yung mga Indian, yung iba pang lahi. So we come together and we will have yung isang event nang para may acquaintance tayo, nang para hindi lang panay yung trabaho ang ginagawa natin. So it is one form to strengthen our diversity. So magiging strong enough yung relationship ng bawat isa. To promote dialogue, as in yung conduct a conversation, ito yung promoting a dialogue is almost the same thing. Nag-i-initiate ako to promote yung communication ko. Yung dialogue ko between dun sa person ng ibang national. So I have to promote that dialogue at ito yung magiging stronghold namin to become communicated with each other. Yung introduce training, to strengthen this diversity, kailangan din natin na one form of strengthen it is magkaroon tayo ng training. So yung bawat individual na pumapasok, like for instance doon sa workplace ko, as I am the quality and I'm conducting and providing training for those newly hired employees. So doon ini-introduce ko kasama ang cultural diversity. Kasi napaka-importante nito para malaman nung newly joined staff ano ba ang cultural diversity, ano ba ang dapat sabihin nito, ano ang importance nito, and how I'm going to be involved in this cultural diversity. So yun is important to have a training and introduce this cultural diversity topic in a orientation, in a training program. So ngayon, nagtatapos na tayo dito sa ating last ng Caregiving Level 2. So I hope mayroon kayong naintindihan. At kung ano man yung mga hindi nyo naintindi, pwede kayong magtanong. Open naman ako. So kung ano pa yung dapat nating ma-improve, magsalita kayo. Kung ano man yung feedback ninyo, kung ano ang dapat pa nating improve para mas maayos pa yung ating pag-aaralan. Because sabi ko nga sa inyo, kailangan ma-pass through ko yung message na dapat natin doon sa course na dapat natin siyang pag-aaralan. So, any feedback for now? Napagod na ba tayo ng kapapakinig? Ano ang feedback natin? Natulog na ba? Inaantok na kaya? Alam nyo, sasabihin ko sa inyo, ang estudyante napakahirap. Ang estudyante nakikinig. Ang estudyante, pagdating ng test, sumasagot. Pag tinatanong, sumasagot. Di ba mahirap yun? Mahirap yung
Yes.
mahirap yung maging estudyante. So yun yun. At the end of the course, so tatanungin ka, ano ba tulog mo?
Marami po.
So I hope dito sa ating course na yun, ay may na-retain sa isip ninyo.
Opo.
Nababalikan natin sa course, yung next level natin course. At doon, siguro magkakaroon tayo ng quiz.
Opo. Salamat po.
Meron ba kayong feedback na kailangan natin improve pa na hindi nakaka-score?
Wala po.
Wow, so ala.
Ang ganda po na explanation.
Ha?
Ang ganda po ng pag-explain.
Pasalamat naman. So, yun yung kailangan kong ma-pass yung message na naiintindihan ninyo.
Madam Ani.
Bakit nag-iiko?
Sa akin ba yan?
Oo, sa inyo. Kasi dito sa akin, hindi.
Sa akin ba yan?
Yung ano yun, yung location nyo. Pag
Ano kaya ang
yung
cause mo?
location nyo.
Parang ano ma'am, kung nag-iiko,
Mhm.
Kapag?
na-open yung microphone niya.
Aha, okay. So, teka, technical yan. Tawagin ko yung aking...
Okay na po ngayon, ma'am.
Okay na. So, kailangan siguro malayo lang. So, sa pinag-aralan natin tatlo, so balikan natin, meron tayo kanina developmental theory. Yung mga theories na yon ay meron tayong 4 na tao. Okay? So, yung 4 na tao na yon in different developmental stages ng age nila. So, meron silang corresponding kung ano ang age process na dinadaanan on that age. Okay? May mga stages. So, tapos, nagpunta tayo dito sa ating Maslow's hierarchy. So, alam natin kung ano yung 5 na talagang vital na hierarchy ng buhay. Okay? So, tapos dito sa huli, meron tayong cultural diversity. So, tatlong ito, nakuha natin na pag-aralan natin kung ano yung mga nandoon. So, yung presentation natin ngayon, isasubmit ko sa kanila, kila Ma'am Maricar, tapos ibibigay sa inyo para reviewin nyo sa bahay. Okay? Sa susunod na pagkikita natin, I might give you a quiz, kung ano man yung pinag-aralan natin ngayon. Tapos, susunod tayo dun sa another course. Okay, ma'am? Clear po ba?
Yes.
Ma'am, pwede po makakuha ng copy ng lesson natin?
Yun na nga ang sinasabi ko na bibigyan kayo ng mga copies para at least mag-go through back ninyo, mag-review kayo at mabasa niyo uli. Sabi ko nga, napakahirap na intindihin as bago yung mga sinasabi ko. Mahirap intindihin. So kung isipin mo kung ako yung nasa katayuan nyo ngayon, masyadong marami, hindi ko maintindihan. So okay na po tayo.
Yes.
Ano ng oras?
Alas 12 na.
So, tatapos na po ang klase nyo. Isi-send po sa inyo yung mga pinag-aralan sa email, kagaya ng sinabi po ni Ma'am Annie. So, antayin nyo na lang po. Si-share namin bukas sa inyo para po mag-aral kayo para sa inyong quiz. Small quiz. Okay po?
Okay.
Ano po?
May echo na naman, ano?
Opo, malakas.
May echo na naman.
So, mag-ano na tayo. Good night po. Keep safe po kayo. See you next week. Maraming salamat. Teacher Annie, maraming salamat. Learner, salamat.
Maraming salamat.
Good night.
Keep safe and good night. Until we meet again.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning po. Good morning na po. Sign